How's it going, everybody? Welcome to Nightcap for January 22nd, 2023. I'm your host, Shaun. Oh, we got Hagbert and Prophet in the chat. Prophet's, I've really fucked up Prophet's weekend. He says it's Saturday. Well, in our hearts, it's Saturday. In our hearts, it's always Saturday. Yeah, sorry I couldn't make it last night, guys. I had a friend. From out of town. It's kind of a rare occurrence for me because I don't live anywhere near anyone I know. Actually, you know him. You know him. It's Big Tom from the chat. He was down, hung out this weekend. We had a good time. I did I did some day drinking for the first time. Oh my god, and at least since my son was born. And I forgot how much it takes it out of you. You know, if you get drunk at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, it's game over. It's game over. The rest of your day, you're just trying to recover from that, and then you're like, yeah, man, we're gonna go to the liquor store. We're gonna buy some booze. We're gonna get some beers for later. Go spend $30 in some nice artisanal IPAs or some bullshit, and then you get back and you settle in. You put something on the TV, like put some background noise on. Within 2 hours, you're done. You're done. I can't hang anymore. That's what I found out. I found out I can't hang anymore. Quite the revelation for myself. Maybe a good thing. Maybe for the better. But yeah, Tom actually just left a little over an hour ago. So happy trails to Big Tom out there. Hope that your trip home is successful and safe. Got some inclement weather going on here on the East Coast right now. It's like fucking, we got like freezing rain right now. It's supposed to snow up in the Northeast. My goodness. My goodness. But yes, so we're doing tonight's show on Sunday. I apologize. I will regret it just as much as you will. Tonight we're going to be drinking a little High West, a little Mormon juice, as Big Paul likes to call it, because it's out of Utah. It's out of Utah. So traveling is color. It's also my damn internet is being shitty, so I don't know if I'm going to be able to watch live. May have to catch the replay. Hey, man, no worries, buddy. I understand. Trust me. Shitty internet. I understand. I understand. I went through it myself only a few months ago. Then I'd have to call them all the time and fucking bitch and complain until finally, reluctantly, they sent somebody out. They sent somebody out to my house. They warned me beforehand. They're like, hey, if this corrects itself before this tech that's going to come out in 4 days from now, if you figure it out before then and you don't cancel don't cancel this tech, we're going to charge you. We're going to charge you like $125. Don't waste our time. Fuckers, dude. The fuckers. Prophet says, you don't understand shitty internet, man. That's true. That mountain internet is not great, but it gets the job done, It gets the job done. That's what we'll say. It gets the job done. Is it good? No. Is it middling? No. It's poor. It's poor quality. It's poor quality. This is Prophet's internet. This is what it's like.
Low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home.
That's Prophet's internet when he's trying to share a tab and watch a video while talking. Very, very stressful for the internet up there on the mountain. Prophet says, I'm going to be reformatting my shows for less video because my streams look all retarded half the time. Well, you could do that. You could pick and choose, or you could focus more on articles, maybe. That might be a thing, right? That could be a thing. That could work. Or what you really got to do is you got to go to all of your neighbors' houses because you guys use that satellite internet. You got to go to all your neighbors' houses and threaten them with violence. You got to be like, you guys got to stay off the fucking internet, okay? Unless you're watching me streaming, you got to stay off the fucking internet. We all share the bandwidth here. Help a brother out. Hybrid says, doesn't Elon watch Zubox? Hook a brother up with Starlink. That's what I'm saying. Elon definitely watches Zubox. Of course he does. He's the 67th person that watches every video. I have it on good authority, okay? Prof said, that's what I mean. More breaking mom. Yeah, actually, that would be a good way to get into the Reddit space, really, and with more earnest. Get into the Reddit stuff that we always talk about. We share privately a lot of like goofy Reddit shit we find, but there's often like not a ton that you can do about it. We've dived into it here and there on Nightcap where we would read stuff. Generally though, we stick to videos. I should probably broaden things out. Got to keep it fresh. Got to freshen some stuff out. maybe head into the darker corners of the internet. But anyways, so tonight we're going to be discussing Eliza Bleu, or Eliza Knows, or Eliza Cuts, or Eliza SIEPEL, whatever one of her aliases is. Now, if you guys don't know who she is, she kind of appeared on the scene like a year ago, maybe a year and a half ago, seemingly like out of nowhere. She had really no big public profile. She was like a sex trafficking advocate. She was out there trying to stop people from being sex trafficked. She intimated a lot of times. She never gets into detail, but she intimated that she was sex trafficked as a minor when she was a teenager. She's never named names. She's never really described what the trafficking was. And then she kind of had like a little mini meltdown over the weekend, or just, was it yesterday or the day before? Because people kind of started unearthing things about her. There was a thread on Twitter that had been posted way back in December of like kind of all of the receipts for her. And then suddenly, over time, for the past few weeks, there have been more and more people with higher profile streamers, YouTubers, etc., like Brittany Venti, our boy Jeremy Hambley, the Quartering. They found out about it, and I think the Brittany Venti girl like asked her a question about it. She like shared a screenshot for one of these music videos that she was in. She fancied herself a video vixen for a period of time, and she was in these world star hip hop music videos. And they're not that old. They're like 6 years ago. One of them, I think, is like 9 years ago. But she, like, what's really coming to light before we even get into this stuff? I haven't looked at all this stuff. We're going to be kind of sorting it through it together. But it seems like she was a scenester. Like, she moved out to Hollywood when she was in her late teens and was kind of a band groupie. Apparently, she was engaged to Gerard Way, the singer of My Chemical Romance, for like a period of time. Oh, there's Tom. Big Tom's in the chat. He must be already. Are you already at the train station? What are you doing? Typing in your car. What are you doing, buddy? What are you doing? Hagbard lays it out. He says she is a less reliable Corey Feldman with way better titties. That is true. And a nice fat ass. As we're going to see. We like to start off with music. We like to start off with a song around here. So we'll just kind of dive in. But that's kind of what I picked up, is that she's kind of a fame whore, a star fucker to a certain degree. Looked like she was a band groupie for a period of time, ends up getting involved in this other stuff, but she's always kind of shifting what her grift is. And the most interesting thing about her, like I said, is that she kind of came out of nowhere. She was not a known quantity. Even these music videos that have been uncovered have under 100,000 views on channels that have under 5,000 subs. She even after her coming out, right? And we notice this all the time with these people that are pushed by every influencer you've ever seen. Like, if you go actually look at like their YouTube channels and stuff, very low subs. She has her own YouTube channel. She had like the Eliza Bleu podcast and never picked up. It never went anywhere. The last episode was posted 9 months ago. She barely does Zoobox numbers. That's what's so curious about this. They're fucking huge on Twitter. They're huge on Facebook, but that's the only places they kind of exist with a high profile. And another problem with these people that kind of appear out of nowhere is that they get to go on all the shows, like Michael Malice, Tim Pool. I don't know if she was on Jack Murphy's show. I don't know, but like just kind of like Jack Murphy, I suppose. Nobody vets these people. They're just like, oh, you becoming red pill? Are you fucking woke, dude? You're going against the woke narrative? You're fighting against sex trafficking? Come on. Because that's the natural inclination. You want to be like, oh, well, I want to help this person out. I want to help them build their public profile or whatever. And it always comes back and bites them in the ass. The internet is just full of fucking opportunists. It seems like, unfortunately for somebody that's in the business of advocating against sex trafficking, might also just be kind of a shallow grifter that latched onto this because she got tons of attention for it. So she just kind of went all in. And her profile has risen a lot. I mean, she's like personal friends with Elon Musk. Has been part of Twitter kind of purging things like child pornography, working in their back end system, trying to like sort that kind of stuff out. But we'll see what happens. I haven't looked into everything. I've only kind of have a tertiary awareness of the things we're going to see. So who knows? Maybe we come out the other end and we're like, Eliza Blue's the real deal. I don't know. I have a feeling probably not, but I'll give her an honest shake. I'll give her the old Zoobox handshake. All right, let's see. Let's watch some of her hits back when she was a sex trafficked model. That's another thing. All the dates that I apparently do not line up with her stories and the things that she was doing, but well, I guess we'll get into it. World Star Hip Hop.
Check it out now. No doubt now. Yeah. Check it out now.
So she started out. Now, I know this, at least I know this. Like when she was younger, a few years before this. She's older than me, actually. I think she's like 42. That's another weird thing. She doesn't like to tell people her age. It's like nobody knew how old she was. And part of that is she has to obfuscate that stuff because of the dates, the timelines. She has to claim to be a certain age at a certain time for things to actually be like underage or sex trafficking, etc. But she was a goth chick, as we'll see in some videos as we go along. But she was a goth chick, and within a few years, she becomes ghetto fabulous. Ghetto fabulous.
Let's just say I'm a special girl.
Let's just say.
No doubt, yo. Special girl, real good girl. Biggest thing in my itty bitty world. Call her up and she made me feel right. Wish the bliss could never take flight. Sitting back with this mic in my hand.
I mean, I don't really understand the concept of the video other than like they have a girl that they feel is very attractive hanging out on a work site. I don't see how this stuff is lining up, I suppose. This doesn't seem like, like super well thought out. You know what I mean? Prof says, are you trying to get me hard, Shaun? The Jennifer Tilly bit and now this? Oh my God, those milkers. Those fucking milkers, dude. Oh my God. Jennifer Tilly's giant heaving breasts. Wow. This is stuff dreams are made of.
Hot shit, imprinted on my mind every minute. Make my plans and you always in it, y'all. It's such a vibrant thing.
They're like, could you just like bend over a bunch? Yeah, just bend over. Yeah, throw your leg up there. Pose. Vogue for me, please.
Vibrant thing. And even though we both fly, give each other space and not the evil eye. Acting like grown-ups, don't even try to hide cause the spot blown up. Girlfriend telling you she wanna see. I say I don't know.
Is this like what they could secure? Like this is the place that they could secure for filming or something? Like, hey guys, it's Sunday. There ain't nobody down at the job site. Get Eliza. Get her here.
But you say gladly. And when we both do head, we go on and on and on and on and on.
I think she's trying to emulate that. What's her name? What's that name of that stripper that dated all those rappers? Rose? Something Rose? The one that like outed, was it Kanye or something that said he liked to get his salad tossed? She's like, oh yeah, all the rappers. They all like to get their salad tossed. I fucked them all. Something Rose. I don't know. Trelming says, why are there so many whores with this look now? There are at least 4 in porn. This is actually an old look, dude. This video is 6 years old. Amber Rose. Thank you, Prophet. Amber Rose. She looks like she's trying to emulate that look because 6 years ago, 9 years ago, that would have been like the thing for the hot ghetto fabulous mama.
On it. Sweeter than Ben and Jerry. Can I rhyme? Well, you know I guess mine. Sitting around in my abstract car. This abstract thing going abstract far, yeah. Such a vibe.
Like I see like a video like this and like, aesthetically, is she like a passively attractive person? For sure. But there's something I find really like grody about her. I don't know. Maybe it's because she just looks like she works for dogfart.com, And you know what happens over at Dogfart Studios. You know what they get up to with their ladies. And I don't know if I would want to like come in after that, I don't want to be involved in anything I feel like I'm going to need a mop and bucket for. You know what I'm saying? Maybe, hey, call me old-fashioned. Call me a prude. I was raised Catholic, okay? I can't help it.
Vibrant thing, a vibrant thing. Yeah, it's such a vibrant thing. Vibrant thing, a vibrant thing. Check it, yeah, check it, look at that, check it, look at that, yeah.
Hagbert says, I wish I didn't know. Oh, yeah. We all know. We all know. We all know dog fart, unfortunately. That's the pornographer's plan, you know? You're going to come across a dog fart production at some point. Prof says, grody is the perfect word. Trembling says, they all look like porn whores, blown out, pussy Bridget Nielsen. Holy shit, she does have that kind of blown out pussy Bridget Nielsen look. Oh, man. Maybe they're just fans of James Bond. You know, they're just like, well, Bridget Nielsen, you know, a Bond girl.
Such a vibrant thing, a vibrant thing. Look at y'all, check it, look at y'all, check it, look at y'all, check it, yeah. It's such a vibrant thing, Getting back to my MC status, all the willy that I kick make the other niggas maddest. Moving through your town situation.
Too much. Hold on. Let's go back. Too much for Shaun. Maybe do a couple squats. You know, I'm not, listen. I'm not one to judge. You know, I got a nice juicy booty myself. But I'm just saying, I'm also not dressed like this in a rap music video, in a hip hop video. If I was, I think people could fairly criticize me.
Town situation. Shorty thought she subtle, but she really was blatant when she shook a thing and violated. Now these wolf-like thoughts are formulated. I'm saying, oh, is there some heartfelt shit here? Am I a strong back nigga? Well, shit, yeah. Plus we can hold the convo or go to the movies, my crib, whatever, yo. Just wanna see you by my side. We on 95, know the stash is in the ride. A rapper nigga for real.
Like, she has like the look of a psycho. I've never, you know, I didn't know too much about her. I mean, I had seen her make the rounds. You know, I know who she is. I think I saw her on like Timcast or maybe Michael Malice's podcast or something. And I never really liked her. I just don't like her vibe. There's something like sociopathic, something in her eyes. Like there's nothing there. She's always been very off-putting to me. But yeah. Hagbert says, so what we're saying here is that Elizabeth, due to poor decision making, is paying some kind of toll now? I think you nailed it, buddy. I think you nailed it. Trembling says, this chick prolapses every time she shits from too much traffic in there. She has goblin eyes. Ooh, goblin eyes. That's a good way to put it. I like that description. I'm going to steal that. Old goblin eyes over here.
You would find me in the cypher if I didn't cop a deal. Rap slate like big weight. You buy, I sell, we split big cake. Please move your little thing. Move it around and shake a little thing. Yeah. Such a vibrant thing. A vibrant thing. Yeah. It's such a vibrant thing.
And it's such a bad song too. It's just repetitive. It could have been a good song. There's parts of it that are catchy, but it just doesn't. It never changes. Nothing interesting about it. It never develops, I guess you could say. Look at those crazy bitch eyes, dude. Stay away. That's what I say. I say, stay away. I don't want no part of that.
Vibrant thing, yeah.
Well, no, I take that back. Prophet does. He does. I do not. Prophet says, I can't wait until my daughter thinks this is cool. Oh, I know, dude. Fucking good luck, buddy. Good luck. I say just like, don't ever let her leave the house.
Such a vibrant thing. Vibrant thing, a vibrant thing. Vibrant thing, a vibrant thing. Vibrant thing, out, yo. Yeah.
Imagine waking up and this is at like the bottom of the bed, like the edge of the bed. She's like just looking, staring at you while you're sleeping. Like, Jesus Christ. Prof says it never develops. You mean like her after dad left? Actually, I think one of the weird things about her is her parents are like kind of normal. Her dad's a politician. Oh, who'd have thunk it? Her dad's a politician. Her mom, I think, is just a homemaker. They're from Illinois. And he just got reelected. I think her dad got reelected. He's like a representative or something. Trembling says, "Meat's back on the menu, boys." She screams when she sees all those black men lined up behind the couch she's posing on for the thumbnail. Prophet says, "You know I'm on board with the hijab, bro." Now, like the thing about this, about her especially freaking out about it right now, although she's handling it better than most people, everything she's doing is just behind the scenes. She's like getting in touch with her contacts at Twitter to get people basically deplatformed, get them their accounts suspended, because she made a claim that they were sharing non-consensual like nude photos of her. And then she threw that accusation at a couple people on Twitter, a couple high profile people, and they got suspended. They have not been allowed back on. I guess maybe we'll learn about that a little bit in a little while. But she just like made one statement about it that was not, it wasn't a denial, but also she didn't admit anything. I feel like if your narrative was like, oh, I was groomed and I was sex trafficked, I was groomed from the time I was a young girl. Like, why wouldn't you just like use this stuff as an example of what happened to you? If the claim is, well, they were grooming me from the time I was like 17, groomed into this worldview, groomed into this kind of behavior. One of the claims I think she made that somebody offered her $1,500 to have sex with her. It's like, oh shit. Oh, hanging out with the world star hip hop guys. World star guys were offering you money to bang you. Oh shit. That's crazy. That's wild. How did that happen? But that's not being sex trafficked. I think somebody was sharing pictures of her or something. That's like what the actual story is, but I don't think she was ever actually sex trafficked, as her claim is. That's why her star rose so quickly. Download the World Star Camera. Download the app. You know the apps. You know what the apps is. Let me see here. So there's a few other things that before I get into, there's like a big Twitter thread. I guess I'll just bring that up. That'll be a good place to like just find shit. Twitter thread. Here it is. So this is from somebody that allegedly knows her. So we'll bring this up. Let me see here. Trembling says, whenever I see twerking, I want there to be a cartoon yellowish green stink lines animated in like a Meat Canyon short. That would be pretty good. Prophet says, last challenge at Rafa Conde's camp is not to fuck this broad, to resist her. You must be strong, brother. Yeah, well, they're all like sitting Buddha style in the river, in an ice cold river, naked. And she's just there on the shore, just waiting, walking back and forth, completely naked herself too. It's very, very erotic. Very erotic stuff. Okay. Let's check out this Twitter thread. This is a Twitter thread that came out. When did this? He did this in December 26th. So it's been almost a month. It's only kind of picking up traction now. And he's got a bunch of shit. He's got a bunch of receipts. He says, oh, finally got blocked by the lying grifter Eliza Bleu. In honor of this, we will fully debunk her lie of being a sex trafficking survivor with her own words. So Eliza Bleu claims to have been trafficked in LA as a young girl, but forgets that she was well known in the My Chemical Romance during that time. She lived on MySpace and hung out with Jeffree Star around the 2007 date she sets for her alleged trafficking. So I'm assuming. Okay, so I actually have to go to YouTube. Well, you're really fucking me here, guys. All right, well, stop screen. Share screen, ground tab. The title of this video is Eliza Cuts is Ignorant. This is from 15 years ago. Looks like a short one. So let's see. Let's see what we find out here, what we discover.
Oh, the elevator might close on me.
So this is 2007. She's 42. So she would have been 27 at this time. She was born in 1981. She outed herself. She used to do a blog. She started a blog when she was starting to be like a model for music videos called Life of a Video Vixen. And she says how old she is. So I guess she would have been 27 at this point, 26, an older lady. Traveling says, I've been watching Andy Sedaris movies lately, and I really miss the big titties of the 80s and 90s, long butts being the ideal. Enough with the centaur ass broads that are popular these last couple of decades. Yeah, I do. I have an affinity for 80s and 90s chicks too. Whenever I like pop on like an old Friday the 13th and there's just like bare breasts everywhere, I'm like, what a magical time. What a magical time.
This is, I think, the 90th time that we've been in this elevator. So, this is our new home. Megan, who are you blocking?
So she keeps coming in and out of the shot, but she's hanging out with what looks like a bunch of scenesters that are probably younger than her. Also hanging out with Jeffree Star, who, if I'm not mistaken, has their own weird allegations about what pedophilia and grooming surrounding them as well.
We don't know you.
Is that Sheila?
Oh, hell no, he didn't. I'm kind of hell no. Before she fought This is my nigga.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. She dropped an N. I guess she was destined for the hip hop world after all.
Who are we afraid of? Are you leaving? Yeah. It was nice to meet you. I'm just across the street.
Bye.
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 I'm sure they're psyched about being in your video. With no makeup on. That's totally why I have sunglasses on.
What?
Well, I mean, I have 3.4 million friends that haven't flat ironed my hair. Like, it's not good for bitch dress right now.
Oh my God.
Pretty boys. I want to hit it from the front to the back.
Holla.
So this would have been the time she said that she was being sex trafficked. Would have been right around here. You know, I don't know. I mean, if she wants to make the claim, I think she broadened out sex trafficking to be like, I was influenced or I was groomed into this kind of star fucker behavior, this fame whore behavior. I don't know. Prof says, see, I sent you a song about this. Let white people say nickel. Trembling says, a drag queen is accused of grooming boys. Surely that's lies and slandered. I'm aghast and appalled. So aren't we all? My goodness. All right, so let's get back into it. Get back into the thread. There'll be other things here. Bring it up. There we go. So here we go. We got more stuff. I also hung out with Jeffree Star from 2005 to 2008 and was around when she first showed up to the crew. Back then, she was a silly fangirl of My Chemical Romance and gave two shits about child trafficking. Well, I wouldn't expect her back then to care about child trafficking. Back in 2005, 2008. I mean, people can change. Things can happen to people. I don't know if this stuff that we're watching right now really disqualifies her claims. I mean, her claims seem weird just because they're so nebulous, like they're so non-specific. And the fact that she's like an advocate and she doesn't name names. She's not trying to take anybody to court. She's not trying to reveal anything about anybody. I mean, unless she's making an inference that it was the lead singer of My Chemical Romance, which apparently she had a relationship with. So if she's saying that he groomed her and he put her up to this stuff, I mean, I guess that's a possibility.
How will I know it's recording?
What?
How will I know when it's recording?
Because then I'll tell you.
Oh, okay.
But it's not recording yet. So say something controversial. Dude, you're boring. Come on.
Why did you talk about the we made out?
Whose bag is this? Dude, no. What about the room comes to a screeching halt?
That was a joke. That's internet fodder.
Okay, so we are taping now.
Okay.
Okay, so state your name. Say,
Eliza.
Say E Cuts.
Eliza Ann Cuts.
Eliza Ann Cuts. And what are you here for tonight?
What am I here for?
Yes.
I'm here to see a show.
No, you're supposed to
I'm
say
here to see.
you're here to bask in my awesomeness.
I'm here to bask in your awesomeness.
How does it feel? Is it warm?
It is warm. Dude, my favorite thing you ever did was when you were.
I don't know who cuts Alicia Simmons, Chris Gutierrez. I don't know who she's talking to. Hagbert says 2005 was a magical time. She's tainting it. What a bitch.
Like, you were like giving me your full name because I didn't know his full name. Been my friend for a while. I don't know his full name. And then you said like sometimes you're not taping.
No, I am taping you. She's looking at it, and
you're like sometimes known as. What did you say? The awesome, the great.
Oh, the incredible. Sometimes known as its pref.
I mean, even like she was like again, I gotta say, she looks like she was just a scene kid because I mean, even the name or kid. When I say kid, I mean that in quotes. She's a groupie. I mean, even the name, Eliza Cuts, sometimes with an S, sometimes with a Z, apparently. Even the name just reeks of goth chick bullshit from that era. I mean, I went to high school with 1,000 girls like this. This is just how girls were for a period of time. I remember my buddy Jeff dated a girl that was just like this, and she was also crazy. She was also a crazy bitch.
Prefaced with the awesome or the great.
Right.
So anyways,
So
what are you doing here tonight?
I'm here to see a show. I'm in Detroit, Michigan.
And how's it treating you today?
I haven't been outside too much, so thus far pretty good.
Why not? Are you afraid of the sun?
Because it's Detroit. Do I look like I'm afraid of the sun? A little bit.
Well, you're part of that crew.
Can I tell you the story about how I spray tanned twice one time?
Yes, please. Hand it.
All right.
This
This is Alicia Payne. Do you want to tell the story?
Oh my.
Trembling says, what are you here for, quote unquote, asked of a girl on a couch. Too much porn has trained me to expect some violent sex to follow. Who knows? Who knows what could happen? Trembling says, maybe she did get used and abused. I think it's a possibility. I think it's a possibility that she had at some point, and then maybe just was so caught up in the scene, and that just becomes your life. You just kind of accept it. But that's not what she says. Like, she doesn't. I mean, I feel like if you're an advocate and you're out there saying that you're doing this work because of your own experiences, I think it's incumbent upon you to kind of be transparent about that. I understand people get into the argument like, oh, the re-traumatization and I'll be victimized again, etc. But that's really a perspective thing. That's kind of up to you. And especially if you think you're doing it for some sort of greater good, to service your work as an advocate, that should be a good thing. That should trump like your anxiety about it, at least in my opinion.
Oh my God. Okay. So we get a ticket, like a coupon thing.
2 for 1.
2 for 1 deal.
In California.
Like our asses need fucking spray tan. So we get a coupon. We go. I go through. No. You went first.
I went first.
Okay. So the chick explains how to do this process.
How to spray tan because I didn't know because I never tanned.
Fucking world. So she's like, all right, go in there. It'll stop for like 3 seconds. You turn around and then you do the other side.
I approve.
She didn't turn around.
All right, so this is not very interesting, but so we're kind of getting a flavor. We're kind of getting a flavor of the type of person she was back then, which just seems like an average, like band groupie.
Yeah, let's talk about the Yellow Squad.
Do you normally wear yellow?
Never.
State your name.
My name is Catlin. That's my name.
Why is that funny?
So cute nickname.
Because
You have no nickname?
Catlin Cuts.
You don't cut that.
Yeah, but it's the point. Catlin.
Yeah, like, don't you guys understand? This is post-Matrix, okay? Everybody's got to have a hacker name. You know what I mean? Trembling says, it's like how Corey Feldman talks about sexual abuse in Hollywood, but then when asked for details, just puts it all on Corey Haim. Yeah, he's a weird one. That's a tough one to to really, because you're like, in some respects, you're like, well, it's definitely possible. I think Corey Haim seems like he had a lot of problems. Maybe it could have been a result of being abused as a kid, for sure. But he's such a squirrely dude. I don't like it. He doesn't have much credibility as a person, especially when it comes to stuff like that. Because he promised big things and didn't really come out with much. Nothing really stuck or landed. But who knows? Maybe that's just because of Hollyweird. Maybe they maybe they were really after him. Maybe it wasn't all kayfabe, Remember that? Like when he was premiering his documentary and the projector kept fucking up or something, and he's like, "We've been hacked. Oh my God. Can you believe the lengths these people will go to silence our voices? Sorry, guys. You're going to have to watch this documentary another time. Sorry to everybody that paid for a virtual ticket. Yeah, you're not going to be able to see it today." Trebling says, so he doesn't have to talk about himself being abused if he even was. We're being hacked in real time. Yeah, it was pretty amazing.
Mine will be the Z at the end.
She's already got the Z.
Oh, here, I'll show everybody my Polaroid camera.
Oh, that's quite enough. That's fine. So the next one, you see in 2007, when she claims things went down, she was rolling between LA, Phoenix, Chicago, and didn't drink or do drugs. She was a straight edge girl with who traveled all over the place and had a mile-long internet history of daily posts. This is probably going to be another boring, uneventful video, but we'll give it a little bit of a look-see. I can't imagine this is going to be like there's really going to be much in here of interest. And again, all of these videos that have surfaced, they're all on like these kind of random channels. Let's see if I can pull it up here. It's a random channel. I mean, even after this controversy, it only has 18,000 views. This channel has under 200 subscribers. They have a few other videos. Seems like some of them are music orientated. They seem like they're a fan of bands or something. Their highest viewed videos are ones that directly have to deal with bands. It seems like they followed bands. Like there's Josh Homme's outburst at Norwegian Woods 2008. Billy's talent response to Josh Homme's outburst. Reggie and the Full Effect, J Train. It's like a music video that they posted 14 years ago.
Why would you go to that level?
Okay.
It would be hilarious.
Okay, so hey,
Hi.
we're right here.
We are right here.
Hi, my name is Christopher. What's your name?
Eliza.
Eliza?
Yes.
How are you?
I'm very well.
A new year, a new look. That's how the girls used to roll. Hagbard says this explains her and Cassandra Fairbanks' close ties. Union groupies. I guess so. Yeah, she is friends with Cassandra Fairbanks, isn't she? Is that how she kind of got a public profile? Did Tim Pool do this to us? Is she another Jack Murphy, another product of the Tim Cast world? Trembling says, man, girls that looked like this were every girl I ever had any sexual experiences at all with in the 2000s. The emo ones, I mean. Yeah, no, it was a thing. It was a thing at the time. All of them were hot. All of them were fucking crazy. A lot of crazy bitches. All their favorite movie was Secretary. All of them love Secretary. They're like, oh, it's just like me. Will you throat fuck me while I cut myself? Thanks, Dad.
Thank you.
How was your food today?
It was fabulous.
Oh, explain to me where we are and who we're with.
We're at Pick Me Ups in Chicago. Is it Pick Me Up or Pick Me Up? Pick Me Up. Pick Me Up. Pick Me Up. We're at Pick Me Up in Chicago. We're here with Pete.
Who?
Pete.
Who? Okay, thank you. And
me, you, Chris.
Me.
And Jenna Rones.
And Jenna Rones.
Jenna T. Rones.
Jenna Rones she got her new iPhone and she was just timing people going poop in the bathroom. So first, let's start this off since this is.
If there's something off-putting, though, I will say this: there's something mildly off-putting about an almost 30-year-old woman hanging out with what looks like much younger people. I'm just saying. Trebling says they loved Girl Interrupted and the horror movie May. Oh yeah, Girl Interrupted for sure. May. I don't know if I ever even met a girl that saw May. I probably would have had to have shown it to them. Lots of them idolized Marla from Fight Club too. Yes, which is completely fucking bizarre.
It's an official interview.
Yeah.
So
you want to sit over here?
No. Okay. I like to be across.
Do you edit these?
No.
No.
Oh, awesome.
Don't mess up.
Okay.
Why does it smell like poo over here, dude?
I'll tell you why.
I'll tell you. 30 seconds.
Technically, it's 4 minutes and 30 seconds.
True.
No, it does. It smells like butt.
Like, because they're talking like teenagers. Like, this is the kind of thing you did when you were like 17 and you all thought you were like the funniest fucking people on the planet. And you would film something like this thinking like, look how funny and interesting we are. But no.
Wait a minute.
You got it, George. George knows.
No, for real. Like somebody stepped on a crab.
Thank you.
Are you gonna give a bro song?
Okay, so
Yeah.
tell me what it was like being dumped. No, I'm joking. You didn't think I was actually gonna say it, did you?
I assume this is referring to maybe being dumped by the singer of My Chemical Romance. Now, I guess this would have been around the time they were getting big. You know, he's just like, listen, dude, I got a lot of cutie goths, a lot of 19-year-old cuties coming up to me. What are you like? You're almost 30? Sorry, lady. I need somebody that is more in line with my interests, like comic books.
Vulnerable, like you're like, oh, if my mom knows that, what else does she know?
No, because I have nothing to hide.
Oh,
I have nothing to hide.
are you like that mom where you go home and you're like, you tell your mom like, I just shot up and had a gang bang with 8 dudes?
Yeah, if I did something like that, she would be the one I would tell.
You wouldn't tell me?
I'd tell you first.
You wouldn't let us film it?
You guys.
We could film it and then upload it to the internet. And then it would be like,
there it is right there, everybody. There it is, boys. There's the proof. There's the proof, okay? Sex trafficked.
And this is where the whole thing goes topsy-turvy.
Proof right there. These guys are, I don't know, what do you call it? Accosting her, presenting her with an opportunity to be sex trafficked.
And then it would be like, oh, I missed it. Okay.
This reminds me of that podcast we listened to. Remember the ones with the OnlyFans girls? It's called Zero Standards. They were telling that story. They had that guy there that had like pissed all over this chick. And then they hook up all the time and how funny it was. And he has a video of him pissing in her mouth and he shows it to all of his friends. He even showed it to his mom. It's kind of what these dudes remind me they remind me of, rather. Trebling says, this chick looks like the actress Lizzie Kaplan if she made nothing but horrible life and fashion decisions. Oh, that's true. Especially with this look. Yeah. A Lizzie Kaplan look for sure.
We're going to start this over?
No, we are dead in the middle of it right now.
Okay,
I don't ask you actual questions. We just talk about how cute your pink headband is.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Anyways, so you're living here in Chicago now?
Yes.
Okay.
I am.
Okay, and how is it?
I love Chicago. It's amazing.
Why?
Because I have good friends here. That makes it awesome. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do.
I really don't. I really didn't think of anything. I just like opening the camera and then just kind of going with it right now. So you're working now?
Yes.
Are we supposed? Should we tell people where you're working, or
no,
if you're working?
Not.
Okay. How do you feel about your new job?
I love it.
Do you?
I love it. Yeah.
Okay. This is what she does. Dude, that's my new thing, dude.
That's about it.
What?
The sound effects.
Can I see?
Wait, hold on.
Here, can I do it? Let me see. All right, this is Eliza with the camera now. Ow, 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 ow. That is horrible.
Oh my God. Oh, I can't take it anymore. We gotta move on. See, Eliza Bleu had years to stand up for sex trafficking with her massive my face presence and never did. She was friends with many dudes that later got outed for being pedophiles, and she did nothing, never spoke out once. I mean, like, I think like this guy's kind of a little hung up. He's like, well, she never did it back then. She was never an advocate back then. Well, why would she be? Why would she be? If she was in the middle of being groomed, etc., why would she be? Why would she be into it?
Tell me while I was asleep.
I said what?
There she is again. A lot of looks.
What are you eating?
Let's go.
Okay. Talk to me. Wait, what are we doing?
He's rearranging.
Imagine being like a waiter at a fucking like IHOP or something, and these people come in at like 3:00 in the morning. They just think they're the coolest, funniest people in the world, and they just annoy you the entire time. Oh my God. Cringe.
So tell me what's going on right now.
Eat the fuck out of some pinkberry.
Is this the first time you've eaten pinkberry?
No.
I wouldn't do it while you're eating.
I love his interview style.
Is this your first time eating pinkberry?
Yes. Don't get so
What's your
close, though.
okay? What's your name?
Trelling says those dudes in the last video seem like the type that rope underage girls into letting them gangbang them. I got the same vibe. I would agree. Because it's just like that's what you're doing. You're like floating it out there. Like, oh, what if we fucked you and filmed you? What if we did that? Wouldn't that be kooky? Wouldn't that be wacky? Wouldn't that be some wacky shit if we did that? They're just kind of floating it out there. You know, see how they feel. I guess it's good for her at this point in her life. She was not drinking or doing drugs. Otherwise, she might have been caught by their spell. Trembling says, they know daddy's money will make it go away. Listen, it's a possibility. I'm not discounting that this person had something bad happen to them. But it just may not be what they describe or what they infer, what they imply by when they talk to people. I don't know if this person may have been taken advantage of. Maybe some skeezy people in their life. I mean, look at who she surrounds herself with. And then if you go into the world star hip hop shit, do you think there's not any weird, shady, abusive shit going on those sets and that crew? Come on. So it's possible. It's possible. I just don't know if it would be sex trafficking. I don't know.
We can't see your pores. Don't worry.
Oh, it's Eliza. You know my name. So is anyone watching this?
Do people hate you? What were we talking about on the plane today?
I get really upset because people say things about me that I already know aren't true.
She gets really upset that people say things about her that aren't true. So her friends, maybe they like to spread rumors about Eliza. Maybe they like to talk shit. Maybe they like to imply that she's done things and been involved with things that she didn't do. And it created a perception. And then the opportunists and the predators came out. I don't know. Crunk the Madman's in the house. He says, evening, fellow shit stains. Good evening to you too, my friend. Hagbard says, world star is synonymous with wholesomeness. Well, of course, we saw the video. Maybe we might have to watch another one. See how wholesome they really are. Trembling says, I think this chick saw people like this abuse many others, but not her. She says it's her true. She says it's her because the truth would make her an accessory. You know, that's a good point. That's a good point. Because like somebody like Jeffree Star here, I guess one of her good buddies at the time, if I'm not mistaken, if I'm not confusing this person with somebody else, but they were outed as kind of a weirdo groomer, trying to pick up young guys off of Snapchat and Instagram.
I really like that.
Like what?
They try to act like they're making some revelation, like, oh, you're fat, you're obsessed, you're weird.
And what do you have to say to the kids?
I am.
Say that?
So thanks for telling me something
she
right
says,
now.
and what? That's what we have to say about that.
And what are you eating?
Another pinkberry. This is all I eat.
Weird, right?
You bitches want to know how skinny I am. It's because there's 20 calories in this motherfucker. Okay? So you
Look how big this
better
thing
move
is.
to LA, okay? This is where it's at.
Hey, so whatever happened to your braids?
They went to my head.
Yeah.
They transferred.
And what's going on with this?
Oh, see, they're lucky that this is back in like 2008 because that's cultural appropriation. What's going on here? Crunk says, I just popped in. What's the context of what you're viewing? Some narcissistic whores? Potentially. We're looking at the life and times of one Eliza Bleu, who has gained kind of a public profile being a child or a sex trafficking advocate, trying to stop people from being sex trafficked. She has made claims that she herself was sex trafficked when she was younger. She's implied that it would happen when she was a teenager, but it seems like most of the dates don't really line up with her stories, etc. So we're just kind of going through. Somebody like made a Twitter thread. We're just going through some of the old videos, etc. See if we can figure anything out. Trembling says, never ever let your daughters be fag hags. Truth, brother. Truth.
This is called my hair. It's like right
Shaniqua here can recognize it. Her.
Shaniqua for nothing. She's gonna do guitars for corn.
And how many colors do you have in your hair?
I have 4 because you told me not to.
Dude, why are you filming like
Looks
right
like
after I got off a plane? I'm a beat.
Dude, you still look really cute. You got your little bow thing going on up here and
Thanks.
everything.
You do look cute. Don't even be
I know, doesn't she?
Yeah.
We were on the
Look
plane.
at her. Look at her fucking blood red.
Dude, we were on the plane, and the stewardess is like, "Your girlfriend is so pretty." I'm like,
She told me I should be a model. I was like, could you tell that girl that just I am me because she thinks I'm fat?
Wait, Chris. Remember when everybody?
Oh, this is very riveting stuff. Hold on, here we go. Let's get maybe if we can find this guy. He looks like a piece of work. Looks like an untrustworthy fellow. Crunk says, okay, so we're looking for confirmed FBI symbols and oddly burned settlements in the desert with lots of baby seats. Yeah, exactly. Well, it's interesting. She does have connections to politics. Her father is a politician. She's been heavily involved with Twitter, especially after Elon's takeover. And she kind of, like, the weird thing about her, she kind of came out of nowhere, but Hagbard had reminded me that she knew Cassandra Fairbanks. They have some connection from the past. Cassandra Fairbanks works for Tim Pool. She's like the editor-in-chief of his website, and I think does most of the booking for his show, or the more high-profile names. Like, yeah, she does the booking for. So she would have been responsible for kind of launching this new career for Eliza. Trelmick says, this guy looks like a pop punk version of that Girls Gone Wild guy, Joe something. Oh, good call. He does look a little like the the Girls Gone Wild guy. Hagbard says she's her buddy. She was at her wedding. There you go.
What did you tell the flight attendant when she said that this is your girlfriend?
I started laughing, and I'm like, well, she's not my girlfriend, but she's pretty.
Aw, thanks, Chris.
But
She looks like a like somebody from, remember that movie Swordfish? She looks like a background actor for that movie Swordfish. Like, she would be hanging out in the club when they're trying to challenge Hugh Jackman with the hacking challenge. And, the girl comes up and sucking his dick. She'd be like in the background, like biting her nails.
But what was it, like 2 years ago? 2.5?
No, it was like 3.
No.
No. We're talking about.
Oh, okay.
We're not talking about you. It's
Okay.
about you, baby.
Down. Bring the alarm.
Hold the camera still.
Okay, I'm holding it still.
Imagine you're just like here. It's like in the afternoon. You're there with your fucking family, and these freaks are like in a booth, like just filming each other being assholes, thinking that they're the most interesting people on the planet. You know what I say? You know what I say to that?
Hell no, to the no, 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 hell to the no.
Hell to the nah. Trebling says she looks to me like a club goer in Johnny Mnemonic. Ooh, good call. That's also a possibility for sure. Yeah, she looks like she would be like Ice-T's girlfriend in Johnny Mnemonic. Where's the dolphin at? She's just like, to the right of the frame, standing in front of the dolphin tank.
2 or 3 years ago, we were on the
Yeah, don't let's because you have no friends over there, ask the old kids. Don't fucking know it's like that.
Hagbard says I was too old to be around this music scene where all the guys a bunch of femboys. Yeah, this is where it starts, actually. It's where it starts in earnest, is the emo stuff. It's almost like it was a giant psyop to feminize young men, to fuck young men up. But yeah, it was a thing. Because I was never like this. I never adopted this fashion style. And I would always like give girls shit. I'm like, how the fuck, the guy looks like a fucking piece of shit, dirty, greasy, like heroin junkie. Like, what are you doing? I don't know. I love it. I love that heroin look. I like boys to be heroin skinny. And like, I want to see their scalp, their greasy hair. Used to drive me kind of crazy. Trembling says, I never noticed the white monkey statue in that Hell Nah drop. Laugh out loud.
So what did you say?
like 2 or 3 years ago.
Guys, you can't take pictures in here.
We're not taking
filming a video.
We can't.
Oh man. Okay.
Hold on a second. We're not taking pictures. We're just filming a video.
We just got reprimanded.
I just got in trouble for filming.
Dude, they're like 30 years old. These are not young people. Like I said before, like this is what, like if you were a teenager doing this shit, like that's what you would do. Like you would do stupid shit. I mean, not to say that I would ever do that, I suppose, but I definitely probably made an ass of myself in public with my friends when I was in high school. I definitely probably did that. I can't deny that. From MySpace, Eliza Bleu also is popular on live stream platform StickCam. I had a front page Friday night show every week with Cyber54 and regularly interacted with Eliza Bleu, Jeffree Star, and Matthew Lush. She was a completely different person. She was a different person back then. Oh, good. Now we got some potato cam here. Somebody on their old cell phone.
Let's get real with it. What do you do?
Not just fucking say I work in a factory for 12 hours.
And then what? You patrol stick cams? You can come into my little... I'm hanging out with my girls here. So if you got something to say, you can stay. If not, you can gracefully bow out, please.
You're fucking ugly.
Really? Huh? That's awesome. Why don't you Google me? Eliza Cut, and then we can talk about it then. Google me right now.
Oh, she's trying to big dog him. Google me, bitch. Google me. I'm Eliza Cuts. Don't you know me? I'm known in the emo band scene. I'm very well known. I know Jeffree Star, goddammit. Trembling says, speaking of Jean-Claude Van Damme, I love that he calls his other self a faggot twice in Double Impact. You know, I haven't watched Double Impact for a long time. Maybe it's time. Maybe I'm due a watch.
Why?
You think I'm ugly? What's ugly about me?
Your soul.
I don't know. You got that whole fucking helmet kind of haircut there with the little shit in the front, and then the drawn on eyebrows, and the stupid bitch look on your face.
Was he talking to a young Kevin Samuels? She's talking to Kevin Samuels. Oh my God.
You know.
Well, if by helmet hair you mean trend-setting hair, yeah, I'll take that. Drawn on eyebrows, yeah, they are. I'm actually a natural blonde. I have white blonde hair, so I do draw on my eyebrows. And you know what, dude? I pretty much look fabulous. I might not look my best right now, but for the most part, I look fabulous. So, and I'm sure you're a prize. So, what do you got? This is awesome.
I'm not sure what the point of sharing this video was, other than he said she was a completely different person. So we just have video of her dealing with somebody that is, you know, admittedly being kind of a shit, being kind of a turd, being rude.
The feces.
Just somebody kind of being rude to her, and she's handling it, I guess, pretty okay. She did try to big dog him. Look me up, dude. Google me. That's what I'm going to say to people from now on. You should Google me. Google me, dude. I got over 1,000 subs on my YouTube channel now. 1,001 subs. Trebling says, is that an actual haircut? I thought it was a hood or a hat. Rotten version of the devil lock. No, that's a hat. Yeah, it's like a hat or so. It's like a cowl or some shit. Looks like what's her name? Maleficent. She's kind of get that Maleficent look.
I'm waiting. That was it. He blew his whole wad on stupid, B-face, helmet hair, drawn on eyebrows. Weird. Guess what, dude? I took it there before you did. Talked about it before you did.
Just seems like an insecure person. I guess a little bit. Somebody that's very online. You know, a lot of their life, a lot of their forms of validation come through these interactions on the internet. Not a good idea, kids. Not a good idea. Trembling says the way you play this awkwardness is is to start jerking off. Maybe that's what he did. Maybe that's why he stopped talking. He's gonna give her a cum tribute. What a gentleman.
You didn't call me fat. the night is young. You still have a chance.
Oh no, that is hair. No, that is a haircut. Okay, it looked like a hat or a cowl or a hood or something. I'm seeing the shine now from the top. No, that's her hair. And she said that she draws on her eyebrows because her natural hair color is blonde. Maybe it could be a wig. It could be a wig as well. She does hang out with Jeffree Star. He's probably got a few.
I LOL. To be honest, I LOL.
I don't know. Okay, so you see in 2007, Eliza Bleu was busy claiming to be engaged to Gerard Way of My Chemical Romance. During the same time, she now claims to have been trafficked. This coupled with the facts that she refuses to name her abusers, and now you see the big lie. Now, is this like this kind of seems like autistic internet bullshit? Like, did she actually say she was engaged to Gerard Way, or was she making jokes? Was she making jokes? You know, if you look at our Instagram or our YouTube shorts, I made like a funny little video about how I used to have a crush on Jennifer Tilly when I was a kid, and that I wanted to steal her from her normie boyfriend. That's not serious. So I'm wondering if it's a similar circumstances. Like, she is a band groupie. You know, she has a little bit, maybe you could say, an obsession with this band. Seems like she travels the country to go see their shows, etc. Maybe she just made like a joke video. I don't know. Trembling says, it looks like she's trying to do a cartoon version of Bruce Willis's weird girlfriend from Pulp Fiction. Yeah, it does look a little bit like that French chick. A little bit.
Hear the sound, the angels come screaming down your voice. I hear you've been bleeding. Make your choice. They say.
Yeah, because she's a band groupie. So they have pictures together. Is this all this is going to be? They love each other. They love each other. They're best buds. She's on the trail. And everyone should respect that. Okay, it's just a bunch of still photos in this song. I can't listen to this song. This song is awful. Oh, look, they're together again. She's made it backstage this time. Oh my goodness. Hagler says, isn't he Joe Rogan's cousin or some shit? I know he's related to somebody. It could be Joe Rogan. Crunk says, so wanting to be a band groupie is not the same as being sex trafficked. Yes. Technically speaking. So, I mean, she has, I don't know if they're like best buddies or whatever, or she's just like a person that's always around. This happens all the times to dudes in bands. I knew a girl. There's a girl I almost like had a thing for in high school. Almost dated her, but she was a fame whore, a star fucker. Her name was Tess. And she has tons of photos of like just like this. I remember seeing back in the day, like growing up through our 20s, like still friends with her on Facebook or maybe MySpace at the time, posting photos like this. She moved to New York City so she could like stalk actors and shit. So lots of things like this, where she would go to shows, somehow get backstage because she was, you know, a young, attractive girl, and get photos with lead singers and actors and all sorts of stuff. So that doesn't actually mean that they were together. I don't know. I don't know about you, but I think they are very cute together. And I wish them the best of luck, it says. Wow. There you go. Let's see here. Next up, don't you think she should have been writing about it on her live journal, talking about it to all of her fans, raising awareness? Nah, because she had it made and figured people would be too stupid to research it. Here's the true story, apparently. The true, what if Gerard Way and E. Cuts? Like, I'm not sure really what this dude is getting at. He's trying to say that, like, well, you know, she didn't care about sex trafficking back when she claims to have had it happen to her. I don't know if that really means much of anything. Honestly, This is not exactly groundbreaking shit. Trembling says, I'm beginning to think this girl has loose morals and isn't very attractive. Crunk says, first problem named Tess. Yeah, I learned that the hard way. Ugh, I love her so much. Drumzilla says, have to say that lowered my IQ. You and me both, brother. I got brain leakage. Crunk says, so is this the gal that was swapped in as Avril Lavigne's double after she was sacrificed to the Muppets? Ooh, boy. Hot take. Hot take. Trumpzilla says, and I can't afford the points at my age. Let's see here. Is this going to be another music video? Probably. Had a kid. This is that story. What the fuck? What is this shit? What is this? One day, Gerard was hanging out backstage in his dressing room at a My Chemical Romance concert as so. When his ex-fiancée, Eliza Cutts, burst into the room looking very aggravated indeed. She stormed over to Gerard and started to yell at him. You stupid mofo. You got me pregnant. Then you left me. I hate you, you stupid mofo. Come on. What? No, I didn't, you lying cheater. Then Eliza slapped Gerard hard across the face and stormed out. Now, I suppose it's possible. You know, she was around this scene for a long time. Maybe right before they got famous, they really blew up. Maybe she had a thing with Gerard Way. It's possible, right? I mean, what do you do if you're a band guy? You got groupies. You're probably going to end up with one of them being in a relationship to one degree or another. Drumzilla just donated 1 lemon. Thank you for the lemon, Drumzilla. I appreciate it, buddy. Trembling says, Avril Lavigne, haven't thought of that wolf tooth bitch in a decade. Oh, boy. Just the action here. Approximately 9 months later, baby Edward Francis Way Cutts was born. He was named after Edward Scissorhands. Of course, why wouldn't he be? Unfortunately for the baby Edward, his parents put him up for adoption after they bickered a lot. You can't do that, moron. My kid will not be put up for adoption. Too bad, I already put him up. Ha ha, cry, baby. Luckily, Edward's uncle Frank and his fiancée Jamie gladly adopted him. This also made Eliza pissed off. What the fuck is this? Needless to say, Gerard Way was a happy camper at the end of the day now that he had baby Edward. Eliza realized how much torment she had put her biological child through and promptly overdosed on caffeine and died 3 days later. Oh, My Chemical Romance fans of the world died after math to finding out this story. What is this shit? I'm starting to think that this thread is a little specious. A little specious here. Crunk says to Trembling, you should look into the replacement theories about that dunce. Oh, you know, that would be a fun nightcap. Maybe we'll do it in a minute. Trumzilla said, 1 more lemon towards 10 million. Thank you, Trumzilla. Crunk says, clearly not Moloch supporters. Otherwise, she would have just aborted the kid. Exactly. Last year, someone compiled the My Chemical Romance story to show Eliza Bleu was crazy stalker of the band, threatened to commit suicide. The trafficking story is just made up entirely, probably to get back years later at the My Chemical Romance band members. Why doesn't she name anyone? Is this going to be another one of these videos? I don't know if I can handle another one. Compilation of TikToks. The Emo Chronicles explains Eliza Cutts. So that's also a theory. I think that's probably a fair theory. Like if she was a band groupie, was kind of obsessed with them, a little stalkerish, which those, the pictures we saw, it could be proof of that. And maybe she concocted something in her mind. Maybe she's not really in touch with reality. Maybe she's delusional. And she concocted this years later out of bitterness. It's possible. It's possible. All theories are possible right now. Crunk says, I met a gal years ago at church I went to. She was in a witness protection program. Oh my God. It's intense.
Okay, I'm going to turn this whole thing into a series, but just to start, you have the world's most hated crew, made up of Jeffree Star. You have Alicia Simons Way. She's Mikey Way's ex-wife. She also dated Pete once. A couple other people that really aren't so famous anymore: Miss E, Sarah Dope, Megan Mayhem. Pretty sure.
Crunk says, told me stories about being in a witch coven / trafficking / sacrificial group and had a change of heart. Well, that's interesting. That's interesting. I mean, I don't want to be rude, but is there any way to verify anything she told you? I mean, could she just have been like a crazy bitch? I'm not saying that she is. I'm not saying that she is, but that's a lot of like buzzwords, dog whistles for especially if you're like a church going person. Those are really going to activate your almonds. It's going to help you access empathy for that person.
Sure she was just kicked out over the Eliza Gerard breakup. That also brings in Eliza Cuts and Hey Chris. So I'm going to go into all of this and all of this drama in a... So I'm surprised.
Crunk says this was back in the late 90s. She said the trick was to getting her pregnant to later have kids to mail off and sacrifice. Oh my God. That's pretty intense.
Surprised how many people forgot about this. Mikey Way and Sarah M, aka Sarah Dope, not to be confused with the actual Sarah Dope. At the time, Mikey was married to Alicia. Then some pictures came out. Fans ended up finding out that he was seeing her because she was posting all over her Instagram. Seems that Alicia ended up finding out, and then right after that, they got engaged. It was a short-term engagement, but it was proven that Sarah and one of her best friends, Angie, were longtime MCR fans.
So these crazy, crazy bitches just hound these dudes. Just hound them until they give in. and then it doesn't work out because they're like, oh my God, I've made a terrible mistake. Made a terrible mistake. Crunk says, no, I completely agree with your questions. I've asked them numerous times. Yeah, I think you have to. I think you have to with a story like that. That's like not to say that like you want to be like an asshole to that person. Who knows? You never know. Who the fuck knows? It's a wild world out there. It's a crazy world out there. But it seems like it hits a lot of the right notes, if you know what I mean.
She was about 20 at the time, and I don't think any of the band members were a big fan. Bob had some select things to say, and so did Lindsay. Eliza Cuts. So basically, she liked My Chemical Romance so much that she stalked them, came to a show. Gerard Way tried to sell her a homemade shirt, size small. She took that as a compliment. She fell in love with him. She wanted to make him hers. She actually did succeed. They got engaged. The whole time she was pretending to be friends with Mikey to get closer to Gerard.
Okay, so this is true. She is, if this person is credible, she was able to weasel her way into the band, into their lives, and it was probably all over Gerard Way, who is a former band nerd. Can you imagine how excited he was? Somebody's just paying attention to him. It's like, oh shit. I mean, look at this picture right here. If you look at it right here, attractive.
And then he just randomly broke it off with her. So Eliza went on and wrote a fanfic of their entire relationship online, and you best believe that I will be posting that.
You best believe it.
So Eliza Cuts was Gerard Way's fiance, and when they broke up, Eliza went on to write a fanfic, and it detailed their entire relationship on her MySpace blog. So do remember at the time that she had an internet following, and her fans were able to find pictures and physical evidence that kind of confirmed all of this actually happened. And some other members of the group did speak out about her mental state, but we're going to get into that later. So I figured I would go ahead and read this relationship called Commit Me that she posted on her MySpace. So follow for this.
As sad as Eliza Bleu is, imagine putting this video together. She's the more dedicated My Chemical Romance fan. She's like, I'm going to clear their names. I'm going to do it.
Series. So Eliza's character is named Emma. Gerard's name is Paul, and the band My Chemical Romance is called Black Pajama Party. So it starts that Emma works at a fitness center on an army base in Germany, had an abusive husband at war, but she left him at war and has not seen the whites of his eyes since. So she was an elliptical trainer when she found Black Pajama Party in a rock magazine, and she fell in love with the lead singer. She couldn't stop staring at his picture. So when she got back to the States, she went to see them at a dingy rock club. So Emma went to the merch table and Paul looked at her. He pointed to a shirt and he said, "You should get that one. I designed it." She said, "I don't think I'm tough enough for that one." He said, "You look like you are. Get that one in an extra small." He was drunk and very smelly. She didn't get a shirt, but she felt like he was hitting on her for suggesting an extra small size. She then told her mom she had a crush on Paul and enrolled in cosmetology school with the goal of doing hair for the black pajama party.
For the black pajama party. Crunk says, well, the time was the key for me. Late 90s, probably 98, 99. I was probably 16 to 17. This lady was clearly in her late 30s, early 40s. Looked like she'd been rode hard and put up wet more than a few times a day. Which, makes you kind of, especially when you're like 16 or 17. It just makes it seem more real. Trebling says, bangs and dark makeup can do a bitch a lot of favors. Look at Chrissy Hind. Chrissy Hind.
Black pajama party started to take off. She decided she was in love with Paul, even though she hadn't talked to him since that day. So when she got there, a crew member invited her backstage. She went up to the guitarist and said, "Look, I want to tell your lead singer something." Paul came out and said, "What are you doing here?" She said, "Hi, my name is Emma, and I was wondering if you would like to fornicate and engage in premarital relations." They then exchanged email addresses. After talking
Very formal way, because she's reading off of her fan fiction account of a relationship with Gerard Way. Very formal. I was wondering if you'd like to fornicate, if you'd like to engage in coitus. Maybe you'd be interested. I don't know. Here's my email. Get back to me. Trebling says, from the band The Pretenders. Oh, shit, that's right. You know what? I didn't recognize the name at first, but now I know exactly who you're talking about. Crunk says, oh, man, I've got one for the show. Let me look this guy up. Do it.
On AIM, Paul admitted that he did have a girlfriend, and he said he did not have any ill intentions toward her, and he didn't want to come across as a creep. She said she assumed he was gay, but then she developed a crush on him due to him saying he didn't want to be a creep. He was a creep, and she loved it. So the next morning, she drove to see him. She got a whiff of pungent smell and turned around to see him. She cut his hair, made plans to see him again, and in the meantime, they talked online. Paul's bandmates didn't like her, but Paul told them that she was gay. She continued to do his hair multiple times, and she questioned whether he actually had a girlfriend. Next time she saw him, Paul told her that he valued her friendship. But then he did say he had his call his girlfriend, and Emma took this as a shot to the stomach. As he walked away, her friend said that he was in love with her. So one night, Paul told her not to come up, but she still drove 5 hours to see him. She rented her own hotel.
Holy shit. All right, we're going to skip ahead a little bit. Jesus Christ.
Another time, she hung out with Paul's brother, and one time when they were hanging out, she ran into Paul, and he couldn't keep his eyes off of her. But on AIM, he said it was sexual tension, no more, no less. So she decided 1 year since she met him, she sent him a letter that said she was in love with him, and he didn't respond for a month. On her 6th sober birthday, he logged on to tell her happy birthday and that he didn't love her back. So things got weird. She got a diagnosis of bipolar, but she didn't go on any medication. She tried dating, but nothing compared to Paul. She got closer to
Cagbert says, I just looked up Gerard Way, current day. He looks like a fat Jeff Tweedy. He really does. Yeah, time has not been kind to him. I don't even know. He doesn't. Do they even do music anymore? I know he became a comic book writer. Isn't that the Umbrella Chronicles or whatever that show's called on Netflix? Isn't that based off a Gerard Way comic book? I remember listening to an interview with him and what's the writer's name? It's a writer I actually like. He did this comic book called The Filth. Grant Morrison. Him and Grant Morrison did like a Q&A. And he seemed all right. He just seemed like a nerd. Just a nerd into comic books. Treving says, laugh out loud. We're watching emo scene drama from 2008. We really are. We're in the thick of it now.
Paul's brother, and he gave her gifts and airplane tickets. And Paul actually asked her for proactive pictures at one point. And when she sent them, he said, send more. All right, so this is the part when she exposed to the internet that Paul's brother was working hard at recovery and getting sober. So she moved in with Paul's brother and fiance, Alicia and Mikey. Well, he was recovering, and eventually Paul moved back, but they avoided each other. But Paul eventually did invite her to spend the night, and she said, yeah. And he explained that she would need to stay over after a visit from his girlfriend. Paul said, this bed is huge. You can sleep here with me if you want. And Emma said, okay. So he did talk about his girlfriend with his relationship, but did in a candid manner. And then she said,
holy
shit. I don't know
shit.
if you will choose to be with me or her, but I will love you regardless. I have a love for you that is called a gape. The most pure love a human can have. Whatever your choice may be, I will stand by you. And
a love called a gape. Holy shit. Oh my God. Treving says, yeah, Umbrella Academy is him. That's what I thought. Hagbert says, sure, he does Wilco covers now.
Trust that you made the right decision, even if it means we can never speak again. Emma and Paul had a wrestling match, which resulted in her trying to kiss him. He moved his face away, so she tried again twice more until he finally kissed her back. It was the most passionate kiss.
So if this fanfic is to be believed, that she just basically went in and created a high pressure situation for Gerard Way and was relentless in her pursuit. She's like, I'm going to get that fucking dick again, no matter what.
Kiss she had ever had. The two could actually not stop kissing. And after almost 2 years of being drugged behind a car by her toenails through the rocks and mud, now this? Paul confessed that although there was a new development in the relationship, he was choosing to stay with his girlfriend. So Paul's brother and Emma had long, intense conversations, and
So she's just trying to constantly just slide in, just trying to involve herself in this person's life. Yeah, I know you're with somebody else, but you know, I love you. I gape for you. I gape for you. Trembling says a gape is what Jeffree Star calls love. That's for sure. Oh my God.
Emma threatened to kill herself, and Paul's brother helped contact her roommate and stop her from doing it. So Paul ended up talking to her the next day, and then he purchased her an airplane ticket for her to come to where he was, because he was now single, and Emma struggled with suicidal ideations. So in the most unclimatic resolution ever,
So she finds out this dude is single. She starts talking about killing herself. She starts talking about, I'm going to kill myself. I'm going to commit suicide. Please contact me. Ugh. Ugh.
He explained that they began to make plans for their wedding in the future. They moved in together. So she ended up making one last call before she ended up moving, and lavishly with gifts on their wildest dreams. And Paul kept trying to work on his comics, but he really had his hands full with Emma, never knowing which version of what he would get. So Emma was suicidal, and she asked her
Part 17.
to take her to the hospital. Following this, Paul came to visit her right away, but the next day he sent her an email saying he couldn't take it anymore, and they were not a compatible match. He was done. And like that, he was done. He changed his number and he turned her phone off. And then
Could we find other pictures, TikToker? You know, you got to make this engaging. You can't just have the same 4 pictures cycling over and over again. There's more footage out there. I know it. I know it. Crunk says, here we go. Padre Manuel, a cura exorcist, vampire hunter, underage girl groomer. Oh, you know, that name rings a bell. That name rings a bell. Didn't he kind of like pop up in like 2016? Wasn't there like a mini documentary about him? Trembling says, this thing has more parts than that Chris Chan documentary. I know. Fucking tell me about it.
Paul told her where she could send his things, and that was it. So Emma's parents fired her an hour to stay. She gets medication, she gets seeing a therapist, and then her mom ends up telling her that Paul got remarried on Paul. And following that, she gets stronger again. She relapses, she comes to herself, she goes into surgery drunk. But she said she could have died, and she's glad she didn't. Everyone deals with things their own way, and she said she only wishes to remember the good times.
She only wants to remember the good times. How magnanimous of her. Now, break into now with this teaser trailer from her sex trafficking survivor interview. She was a farm girl. She wanted to be famous. See, things aren't adding up, and we only have used her own words. Well, I'll be honest with you. It has not really proved much of anything other than the fact that she was like a scenester. And it seems like it starts when she's like post 25 years old, like at least this public accounting of her life. Crunk says, yep, BBC did a show about him around 2018. I think I've seen it. I think I have actually seen that. This gal has Ghislaine Maxwell vibes, but that dude is no Epstein.
Grooming in my case looked like
Okay, so she's going to be talking about her grooming. In her case, what was grooming like for her? Yes, this is clearly a woman my age or a little bit older who's definitely had a bunch of work done. Looking rough. Looks like she's lived rough the past, like 10 years, maybe? You know, we've seen all these youthful, innocent accounts of her. But this is what we got now. So either she just like maybe went off the deep end, maybe just like lived fucking hard, or maybe she was sex trafficked. Who knows? Who can say? Crunk says post-wall transition. Trembling says, yeah, she became an emo after she was 25. That's truly twisted. It could have always been inside of her, Trembling, you know? The heart is what the heart is. That's when she just like came into herself. When she realized who she really was. An emo chick. Oof. Oof.
User finding out my vulnerabilities. He knew I wanted to be famous. He knew I wanted to get out of the farm life that I was growing up in. So he played off
She
that.
grew up in Illinois. Her father is from Illinois. Like I said, he's a Republican in Illinois. I think he's just like a representative. So you know, she may have grown up on a farm. That could be definitely part of her younger history. Like I said, we only have been seeing stuff when she's like 25. So if she's suggesting that something happened before like what her public profile is that what she's talking about? I mean, she does drop dates. She drops dates in her story. She says things like it started in like 2007 when I was 17. Again, another one of these weird nebulous things like nobody really knows how old she is, etc. Crunk says she has more collagen in her lips than Kim Kardashian has in her ass. Trembling says, I'm the same age as you, or maybe a year older, and she's 3 years older than me. Emo was post my high school days, so well past them for her. Yeah. I mean, emo came in what, like, no, I was like a sophomore, probably when I started like noticing it, when it was kind of out there.
Today I sit down with Eliza Bleu, the child sex trafficking survivor. Now she's advocating for the many children being exploited for profit.
Yeah, she has a podcast here. So she has this podcast. This podcast has under 1,000 views each episode. It's so weird. Like she's given all this stuff, all these profiles, all of these specials. She's on all these podcasts, but can't pick up any traction outside of Twitter, outside of social media. Kind of suspicious. A little suspicious. Trumpzilla says emo versus vampires. Wasn't that a South Park episode? It was. It was. I remember it. I watched it. Trembling says emo I first noticed in 2006 and I graduated in 2004. I graduated in 2004 as well. I think probably like 2002, 2003, maybe actually 2002. It's been like my sophomore year. 2002. My buddy dated a girl just like this and she was like very emo. She was very emo. And then when I graduated high school and then I moved to Boston and I lived in Boston for like a year, all the girls that I knew, all the girls that I was lived with too, because I lived in a big house with a bunch of fucking hipsters, they all loved this shit. Like I said, they love that, like that heroin, greasy, gross look, the dirty boy look, as long as they were wearing like skinny girl jeans and have it like hanging, have their asses hanging out. Some sort of weird, I don't know, echo of like hip hop culture. You know, when you remember when hip hop, when they convinced the young men to like pull their pants down so everybody could see their asses, not realizing that it's like part of prison culture. Means you a bitch. Means you a punk. Means you a punk, dude.
Children are either being blackmailed, groomed, or sextorted to making this content. And it is probably by far the biggest threat right now when we're talking about the sexual exploitation of children.
This is American Thought Leaders, and I'm Yanya Kellick.
All right, so that's the preview. The whole, maybe we'll come back to the episode. Watch the whole episode. It gets weirder. Eliza Bleu was on a TV show called Blind Date, which ran from 1999 to 2006. On that show from 2006, Eliza claimed to be the age 21 and talked about sex. Yet a year later, she was 17 and being trafficked. It's not adding up, is it? Yeah, so she was on one of these cringe dating shows, apparently. Like I said, she was kind of just, you know, she even admits it. Like she was looking to be famous. Would it be weird for somebody to lie about their age on a show like this? Probably not. Especially in the world where most of the people that are on these shows at this time and now in perpetuity are wannabe actors. You know, they respond to casting calls. It's not real. It's not really real. Tremlick says, you were from New England and I am from Alabama, so we got shit later. Makes sense. Blind Date was good jerk material in 2001 when you didn't have porn. Laugh out loud. And back then, in 2001, you might not have had porn. You had to do with what you could do. I remember going through like cable and satellite and just looking. You know, remember how they would have like the rating, and then they would have like a parenthetical, and they'd have like L for language, S for sex, N for nudity, and just watching the worst fucking movies in the hopes that I would get to see a breast, maybe somebody dry humping.
Let's move on. Now, Eliza lives a rock and roll lifestyle. She says she's pretty exciting, but she still has problems when it comes to men.
I'm self-seeking, self-centered, and fear-based. And I have high expectations as far as sex goes. Sometimes they ask me, like,
Oh, so she's like one of these women that needs to talk to Kevin Samuels. What kind of man are you looking for? You're looking for a high status male? What are you bringing to the table, Eliza? She's like, I have fucking standards. I need a guy that makes like 6 figures, is probably in a band, has a giant cock, and, you know, is into cutting themselves. You like the movie Secretary?
fakey, was that real? And I'm like, but the hair. It was black one, and it was blue and pink. I think it can be really sexy, and it just takes a certain type of guy to appreciate it.
Well, who better to appreciate Eliza than her date, Mike? He's an artist who says that when he's not in the studio, he's living life in the...
Trembling says those Girls Gone Wild infomercials were old standbys for a jerk too. No lies detected, because we were all up late. We're all waiting for them to come on. Like, come on. I mean, they always cut before the money shot, but you're like, don't worry, guys. My imagination will do the rest. I'll get there. Don't you worry.
Fast lane.
I like danger and adventure.
Also, I love, though, like when torrents became a thing. You got a little bit older, you could like torrent shit. You could torrent the Girls Gone Wild videos and then realize how fucking weird and lame they were. Quite the revelation. Like, I can't jerk off to this. These girls are like blackout drunk. This dude's just like pulling their underwear off. What the fuck is going on?
After I've done it, I didn't like it as I was doing it.
Oh, look, it's like a young Danzig. Maybe it's Danzig's son, his long lost son, Frederick.
After it was done, I was really psyched out. If someone pisses me off, I don't care who it is. I don't care if it's a girl, if it's a guy. I don't put up with crap. I like a girl that can kind of bring out the wild side in me.
Well, I've got good news for you, Mike, because nobody knows more about the wild side than Eliza. So let's brace ourselves and see where this day takes us and them.
So her claim would be, before this happened, if we were to go through the timeline of her being young, wanting to get off the farm, and that she was groomed and sex trafficked by a photographer. Is this part of the sex trafficking? Is this part of the grooming? I mean, that's the claim I would imagine you would have to make, right? Like, I was groomed into like thinking this was normal and that this was okay. And then I had some sort of come to Jesus moment in like 2018. And I realized what I had experienced was actually really negative and bad. But to broaden it out to include yourself as a sex trafficked person, maybe a groomed person, maybe a person that had been taken advantage of, perhaps. But sex trafficked? I mean, come on. That's a big fucking claim. That's a big goddamn claim. Tremlick says, yeah, they were even weirder than most violent casting couch pornos. They kind of are a little creepier than that in a weird way. Because like it's girls that are like just really fucked up, really don't know what they're doing. Crunk says, don't ever talk about Danzig or my blow up life-size Danzig like that again. Brandishes shitty katana with skulls. Hagbert says her family does indeed have a farm. Her ancestors were homesteaders from 1842. Yeah, that's why I figured that's probably true. Like, she comes from money. Her dad's a politician. I think her mom is a homemaker. We're going to hear from her mom at some point. Obsessed. Hold on. What did that say? Things you need to know. Obsessed with her hair. Doesn't own underwear. Oh boy, doesn't that really get the juices flowing, boys? Trelling says, quote unquote, this guy is so annoying and he never wears a shirt.
Hi. My name is Eliza. Nice to meet you.
Oh, you ready to go?
Yeah.
So what do you do? What do you do out here?
I'm a singer.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, it's cool. What do you do?
I do computer animation.
Oh, cool.
And stuff, yeah.
Nice. I'm from a little.
There's something about Eliza. I don't know. This just seems like a person that wants to be famous. That's why you would do this kind of shit. And apparently she was also auditioned for American Idol as well. Trelling says, quote unquote, this guy is, oh no, I already read this. I already read it. I'm all caught up.
Oh, where are you from?
Virginia.
Really?
Florida, yeah.
So what do you do like when you're not working?
Trelling says, dude probably smells her twat already in the car. He's like, oh my God, is that Gerard Way?
What do? I hang out with friends, go to the pool, go to the gym. So where do you spend most of your time?
It all depends.
He asks you a question, not a difficult question. What do you do with your time? She says, it all depends, and just sits there. What a prize. What a wonderful prize. Trelling says, no underwear after all. That's true. No barrier. No stank barrier. Unsure says, is this video? I believe it is. Crunk says, no underwear just means she steals them from her roommate's dirty hamper. Oh, I see. You in the corner. My bad. Yeah, I'm here. Oh, we're here. We're all here. Just arrived. Well, welcome, Unsure. Welcome.
10 hours is a long time to spend with somebody that you don't know. No, it's just like a long day, especially for a girl that's not used to like doing much.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
Friends say Eliza panics when she's out of her element. Again, just a fucking prize. Just a prize. He says, how you doing, man? Says Unsure. I'm doing great, man. I'm doing great. Happy to have you here.
I guess it's not that bad.
I hope not.
You
guys know we
Oh, I remember this. This is like MTV, definitely this era. Like, oh, they're going to go out on a date. Oh, they're going to do something like cool, like feed the hungry, feed the homeless. Crunk says she has that too many beers each night look. Maybe that, or maybe a little vodka.
we make meals for like 1,200 people, and our whole goal is to make nutritious meals so that we can totally And here's an apron.
Unsure says, good that you're good. I'm good too. Well, I'm happy to hear that, man. I'm glad you're good.
Each one of you.
Thank you.
And it's imperative that your hair is covered. I'm sure you guys went through the orientation.
No.
Well, actually,
Tell you guys.
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah, I gotta cover your.
Complaint count. Eliza complains a lot. So the editors in post-production, they saw this, and they're like, listen, guys, let's do some stuff. Let's do some fun stuff in post. Eliza complains a lot. Complaint counter, number 1. Unsure asks, is this some MTV shizzle? Actually, I don't think it was on MTV, but it's definitely a copy of an MTV-like program from the early 2000s.
Yeah.
This is not a good thing. I cannot believe that they made me wear a hat. It's like major no.
why? Your hair?
Yeah, you just don't do that. I smell like jalapeno. My hair's gonna be flat.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh my God, this is brutal. The post-production guys are brutal on Eliza. Just fucking brutal. Crunk says, my mom would say, that bitch don't wash her vajayjay. You just want your pecker to rot off? Actually, my grandmother was that brutal.
Are you like pretty crazy or?
Me?
Yeah.
Probably clinically insane. But crazy, like wild crazy?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to the bathroom so I can take this thing off. Thank you for that.
Trelling says, this is the type of chick that offers to blow a bartender for free drinks in front of you on a date. Nailed it. Nailed it. Oh my god. Real for fucking real. For fucking real.
Seem concerned about your hair.
I'm very concerned about it. I love hair. Well, my hair. For the most part, it can be pretty nice.
Her favorite movie is There's Something About Mary. Something tells me that's just that's a post-production joke. Unsure says, my fave girl, not my girl, your girl. Crunk says to Trembling, yes, then you can drink all you want and leave with someone else. Trump says, see, she's doing blow.
I'm serious. If you get me in my element, I'm fine.
What's your element? We should probably get there.
Unsure says, I'm gay as fuck. Well, hey man, then you got nothing to worry about. You're good to go. Maybe you and your boyfriend get together, slap, high five, and go mow the lawn. Get a lot of stuff done.
Kim Lee is my name.
Kim Lee, nice to meet you, Kim Lee. My name's Eliza.
Pleasure meeting you. I'm gonna start with just a few warm-ups over here. So come on over, kids. Make sure
Wait, I can't do it.
come back. You gotta go on the bar.
I think I just cut myself.
Where is it?
Right here.
I know, but where'd you get hurt?
That's okay. I'm fine. It's just like a little scratch. See.
Unsure says, yeah, I tried to make you say it because I'm immature. I clipped it. Hee hee. I guess clip away, dude. Whatever.
Okay. Minor bleeding.
This guy's gonna get in shape while you're just sitting there. Stand up and turn around like that. This is easier.
It's really hard. I don't know why you subject me to doing this. Okay.
Wasn't my idea.
Oh, this is brutal.
Now, this takes me back to the earlier tonight when we watched the World Star Hip Hop video, and I was looking at her ass as he was jiggling as she ran. This would confirm it. She's not the type of chick. She's not the type of chick to do a squat or workout. This is anathema to her. She doesn't understand it. She doesn't like it. She doesn't support it. Trebling says her element is the middle of a blow bang in a condemned beach house. Ooh. Trumpzilla, yeah, being filmed by those dudes from earlier, those Chicago boys. Trumpzilla says they should have gone skydiving. Now that would have been at least entertaining.
Oh, it's being brutal.
Watch out. One more. Nah.
Yeah, thanks.
Well, you failed that one. Not
I
sure.
totally failed.
Oh, you did very well.
Yeah. It's brutal.
So what do you find to be your best trait?
My best trait?
Yeah.
Fucking dudes in bands. That's their best trait. Crunk says post-production are some badass motherfuckers. Yeah, they're being very harsh. Actually, maybe they're not being harsh. Maybe they're just being fair. But they definitely had a plot here. You get your material, you get all this raw footage. Well, how can we construct this? What do we want to do? How can we make this interesting?
My best trait, the thing I do the best.
Yeah.
Thing I do the best, Hagbert says, I have no gag reflex. Oh! These girls are harsh, but they're fair.
I don't know. How about you?
I can understand why you wouldn't want this to resurface. It's not great. Trembling says Danzig here is thinking she's going to have a dirty black summer without him. He's like, man, mother.
Goal. I'm pretty good at going out and accomplishing the goal. What do you usually look for?
In a guy? I like guys that are emotionally unavailable because then I don't have to get attached to them. Because if I saddle myself,
Holy shit. Eliza sabotages her relationships. What a weird thing to put in there. Holy shit.
actually fell in love with like a guy that actually loved me as much as I loved him, I would be really freaked out. You know?
So you're preparing yourself for rejection almost.
Mm-hmm.
So what are your feelings so far?
I feel irritable, restless, incontent, slightly annoyed.
No, I gotta say, unsure. Fool me once. Shame on you. Fool me twice. Shame on me. Probably just not gonna read your chats now.
Now it's your turn.
It's definitely been interesting.
I like that they're clearly on Danzig's side. Trembling says, this crew hated this frumpy loaf for sure. Laugh out loud. Crunk says, somebody get her a t-shirt that says cutting underachiever. Trumpzilla says, correct. It's funny, like they are totally on this dude's side. They're like, look what this poor bastard has to fucking deal with. Could you at least try? Could you put some effort in? But that's not her game here. Her game here is just to create a public profile. She probably, at the time this came out, she was probably overjoyed. She thought it was probably really funny and weird. And she's like, well, now my name is out there. Now my face is out there. I got to be on TV.
It's fun.
So she gets up on this on the mechanical bull with no panties on. And this girl, she's like, she sees an opportunity. She's gonna chat him up a little bit. Trumpzilla gets it right. First time he smiled. Yeah, first time he seems like he's enjoying himself. Is not being around her and talking to this other lady.
Maybe you should have stayed there if you wanted to.
I was thinking about it.
It's not rude, believe me. I know what rude is.
Yeah, I do too now today.
Oh, he got her. He got her dead to rights.
It was nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice meeting you.
Bye.
Bye.
I mean, is she smiling because she thought it went well, or do you think she's smiling because she knows she's kind of made an ass of herself? Maybe this is how she thinks, like this is a good strategy for attracting a man. Playing hard to get, being weird, being obtuse, being annoying. Everybody's got their own strategies. Crunk says, bam, he's enjoying the free drinks and looking for the next date. Prophet says, I lose internet for an hour and it's on my Zoobox night. End of Western civilization. Bust out the Common Sense Show banner. I'm on a rant. This is a red alert, buddy. It's a red alert.
No, I got to start this off with a red alert, red alert, red alert.
Trembling says, this chick is a real enchantress, complains about having to exercise in any way.
Oh, not good. Looks like Mike was fighting a losing battle right from the start. And when we come back, Eliza will tell us exactly why this date went into the dumpster. So stick around.
Oh, I can't wait to hear her perspective. I hope we get to hear it.
Hi there. Steve Welcome back to Blind Date.
He's like, you like Frasier, you like dating. Check this out.
Now, before the break, Mike and Eliza went for a date in the bizarro world. They served food to the homeless, worked out a little, and rode a bull. But mostly, Eliza complained and Mike suffered.
No. No, I don't think we hit it off at all.
I really would have to compare this date with extracting your own tooth.
I'm looking for a guy that's tall, skinny, pale, lots of tattoos, and is a rock star.
I basically just tried to.
So she wants the exact opposite of like some like healthy, in shape, motivated human being that has goals in his life that wants to accomplish things. She's like, no, that's not for me. That's not for me, guys. He's laughing at us. We're the monkey. Crunk says, "Oh, I was looking forward to her point of view." Trembling says that host looks like a Joe Rogan with hair phenotypes.
Zone out the pain.
I feel sorry for him. I feel sorry for him that he had to put up with me.
Once we got to the bar, I tried to have a good time.
I was happy that he was talking to another girl at the bar because she was very pretty.
I don't think she should be expecting any calls from me.
No, I'm not going to see Michael again unless I run into him somewhere, and that's not very likely.
My guess is that if a
Yeah, it's not very likely. They don't run in the same circles. She runs in circles full of degenerates and losers. And Mike seems like he wants to do something with his life. Oh my goodness. Crunk says, AKA Meathead, he's smart enough to get away from this bitch.
Eliza ever runs into Mike again, Mike will run. Stay put. There's more Blind Date coming up.
Oh, thank God. Thank God there is. All right, so we go from there. Blind date stuff. Is this another? Okay, the story doesn't add up. She was an internet star in 2007 and it never came up. Then was a world star hip hop girl. It would make more sense if the trafficking happened in the 2016 era. Now, I think this is the one we didn't watch. No, this is the one we watched. So we watched this one earlier. That's the one we started the show with, was that one. She did 3 of them, I think. I have 2 of them. But we'll see. Now her actual story. Groomed at age 15 at the Vans Warped Tour for 2 years by an unnamed photographer, went to LA with photographer and moved before she was 18. Got into drugs and was sold. Now we have a good timeline for everything. Okay, so this is the story. This is when she was coming out. I don't know when this came out. This must have come out a year or so ago, I'm assuming. So we'll get to hear how she represents like her life. Trembling says the part that makes that Carson clip creepy is the cello music in the background. Yeah, no, it really does. There's something ethereal about that drop. Something intangible. It's just disturbing. It puts you off.
I've had a lot of love from some willing adult entertainers, right? Like a lot of love. Like I've had a lot of willing adult entertainers speak out and say, yeah, we don't want this child sexual abuse material. We don't want this human trafficking in our, in our industry. We don't want it affiliated with our brand.
Oh, yeah. So pornographers would approach her and be like, listen, Eliza, I know that you care. I know that you care a lot. You're the one I was told to talk to. We got to stop this. We got to stop this abuse. Sure, that's the number one priority for a pornographer. Crunk says, tinfoil hat, she's doing this and getting paid to discredit anyone after her. She's got Charlie Manson eyes. She has an intense, icy look to her. And if you see her in other interviews, like when I saw her, and then if you look at her Twitter behavior, which is incredibly manic and defiant and indignant and very unhelpful, like people just pose like simple questions to her. And she'll block them and try to fuck with them and like take screenshots to get people to go dogpile and shit like that. She is ruthless. She is fucking ruthless.
I feel like what it does when we talk about willing adult entertainment is what it does is it muddies the water for willing adult entertainers as well. You don't want to be willing adult entertainers don't want that affiliated with their brand.
Do you think that that's intentional when people do that, or do you think it's ignorance?
Well, I try not to speak for other people. I think it's
I'm looking at her house here. I'm looking at the place she's staying at. She seems like she's doing okay. Seems like she's doing all right. Trumpzilla says, danger! Kardashian vibe detected. Trump says, current her looks like she paid to be carved up to look like Emily Blunt. Actually, yeah. A little bit of that Emily Blunt vibe, but not as beautiful as our queen, Emily Blunt. Emily Blunt's like one of those like natural beauties. I think you would call it the girl next door look. Something about Emily Blunt. She seems also fairly down to earth, which is something I appreciate as a coomer.
It's a double-edged sword. I think that folks have a difficult time processing nuance. They have a difficult time understanding the crime. They try to lump everything all in together. It's not that simple. It's just not.
Okay, so she's kind of laying the groundwork for her own story to suggest that, well, it's not that simple. It's not black and white. Grooming, trafficking, it's not what you think it is in the movies. It's not Taken. It's not like that. It's more nuanced. It's more complex. The way that they prey on young women, which I'd probably agree with, honestly. Crunk says, "Who's this? Who's the interviewer? Is this some reject from The View?" I don't know who the interviewer is. Let me look her up. Let's see who she is. This is Candace Horvax. She has a podcast called Chatting with Candace. She actually pretty low numbers. Low numbers. Most of her podcasts seem like they sit around 2,000 to 3,000 views. Her personal vlogs and the clips get under 1,000 views. She's doing solid Zoobox numbers, as I like to say. Trembling says, I remember a comedian saying Emily Blunt has an upside down mouth, and that's what I always think when I see her.
Human trafficking exists where pornography is illegal. Child sexual abuse material exists where willing adult pornography is illegal. So
that's kind of weird, coming out in defense of pornography and being like, well, just because there's porn there doesn't mean there's anything bad happening. We got to respect our pornographers. We got to respect women that want to be in the sex industry. As if her story would line up more with like somebody that was groomed or whatever and then got into porn willingly. Maybe they got into it willingly. But you could probably track back something in a lot of their lives, a lot of trauma, a lot of bullshit, a lot of grooming, a lot of abusive relationships that led them up to the point that they wanted to do that. Especially if you got girls that are in their 20s starting to do it. A lot of time, I know that there's women that are younger that get into it, and it seems like that's just naivete. Just they don't know what they're signing up for. They don't understand like the shadow that's gonna like loom over their life. I think what's her name? Mia Khalifa. Like she did porn for like 6 months. 6 months. She did a bunch of porn. 6 months to a year. And that's her life now. Every time she makes a public appearance, anytime she talks to somebody, anytime she does anything, even though she has been out of the industry for most of her life, she had like a sojourn, a year-long sojourn into that industry. That is how she is defined. She could, I don't know, she might want to warn girls about that. Maybe that's why she's so squirrely about the world star hip hop stuff, is that she doesn't want to be viewed in the same light. Trumpzilla says upside down mouth like Patsy in AbFab. Oh my God, that's a deep cut, Trumpzilla. Trumpling says, I want to possess this interview, Bill and Ted style, just to ask this basket case if she's going bald, then pop back out.
And human trafficking does as well. In fact, I would go a step further and say that in areas where pornography is illegal, human trafficking is worse. North Korea.
Oh, so I'm not familiar with the
North Korea. You're gonna make a connection between sex trafficking and North Korea. The fact that they have their pornography banned and act as if that's like a result of the other thing. Correlation does not necessarily equal causation. Just saying. I hate to debate bro her. Okay, I hate to do it, but that's a pretty specious claim. I doubt there is much of a difference, honestly, if you were to look at the numbers writ large. Trembling says she really looks like she has a 90s infomercial spray on. She might. She definitely has some sort of, like she's glowing. Part of that's her lighting situation. Part of that's the makeup she has on. All these created contours. We know she doesn't like the gym.
a ton of the statistics. I was trying to refresh my mind because I had Carly on when I first started the podcast, so it's been a while. But for the listeners that maybe haven't listened to that episode, the last that I heard was a rough estimate between like 40 and 60 million people are currently being trafficked or they're slaves, right? Like you have no freedoms, you're controlled by someone at the top, whether used for labor or sex. Like those are the two main ones. I was
Oh, Trembling says, nah, the hair, I mean. The hair does look a little spray on. Not going to lie. Trumzilla says, Joanna Lumley was a Bond girl. You know, I'm not sure I'm familiar with her. I mean, I'm sure I've seen her. I've seen all the Bond movies. Crunk says, okay, so this interviewer used to produce 21 plus content, maybe still does. Well, that would make sense why Eliza is being so deferential. She's like, well, you know, it's not porn. That doesn't contribute to this at all. In fact, in places where there's no porn, it's just worse. It's worse for the children. It's worse for the kids.
was really fascinated when I was looking up what website was it? The Hotline statistics.
Yeah.
They were saying that the number one industry was actually like massage parlors, and I had no idea because that's so in your face. It's so above ground.
I mean, it depends. So, okay, first, these statistics are really freaking hard to get. I mean, you either have to have a bust, right? You either have to have a bust or survivors have to step forward. So right there, you're already at a disadvantage. I think that what I've seen globally is that labor trafficking.
Oh, Trembling says Joanna Lumley was hot in her youth. You might know her as one of the aunts in James and the Giant Peach. Shaun. I know, and also from Absolutely Fabulous. I got it now. Now I get it. I do remember now. I know exactly who you're talking about. Also, she was in The Wolf of Wall Street. Trump says on Her Majesty's Secret Service, the only George Lazenby Bond. Oh, there you go.
Has more victims statistically than sex trafficking. Sex trafficking gets more
Oh, we got Britta Singer. He says, God damn it. What the fuck, Shaun? Sorry, buddy. Trumpzilla says also Diana Rigg in that one. Yeah, no, I know Diana Rigg. I had a huge crush on Diana Rigg growing up. I got into the Avengers back when she I wasn't obviously not watching it while I was on TV. My local library had like all of the Miss Peel collection of the Avengers show. And I got really into the Avengers when I was like a teenager. And I always had a thing for Diana Rigg. She'll always have a special place in my heart. Prophet says, I wonder if she's vaxxed or based. She's based. She's based. I'm going to say she's based. She runs in the base circles. Trumpzilla says, also saw her in Are You Being Served? That's right. That's right. I haven't seen that in a long time. That was a favorite of my parents. They play the reruns on PBS.
More, I don't know, more buzz around it because it's more, it seems more egregious, you know, or it is. I mean, it is. I mean, especially when you're dealing with children. But you know, some massage parlors have human trafficking. Some nail shops have human trafficking. Some of our food, you know, is picked by labor trafficking victims. My phone was probably made by a victim of human trafficking. So it's a lot of places we're not necessarily looking for it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think when people say those numbers, it's so alarming that you think that they're inflated, or you think that one of the more frustrating things that I saw on Twitter when everything was starting to get highlighted was everyone was associating this with QAnon. And I was like, it's not the same. Like, one is very real, and one, again, is this embellished version that just wanted to get attention. I don't.
Yeah, it's part of the PSYOP, my love. It's part of the PSYOP of QAnon, is to connect it to human trafficking and pedophilia, to give it credibility, give it an emotional stakes for people playing the game. Trembling says Emma Peel is an all-time hot girl. She really is. I love Emma Peel. Brissinger says they look like porn stars. Well, I think this one actually was a porn star at one point. Trump still says there would have been no Catwoman without that cat suit. Probably not. Crunk says this is like watching a wolf interview a wolf when both are pretending to be sheep. Well, it's like they obfuscate things. Like this weird kind of deferential support of pornography. And I'm not coming out here as some sort of prude or some sort of like, oh, I never watched pornography. No, whatever. That's not what I'm doing. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, like, it's to suggest that in places where there's no porno industry, that sex trafficking is worse. You know, I need to see some statistics. I need to be convinced of that. Crunk says Brissinger cough. They are cough.
I don't really try to go into that hole too much, but for some reason they got linked up and then it became a political issue. And it's like, well, it's not that bad, or these numbers are inflated, or people like you don't exist, or the Jeffrey Epstein thing went, under the radar for so long, and people were trying to come out earlier, and they're like, there's no way, he's so elite, he's a high profile figure. But it's happening right in front of you. So I guess, can we get into your story a little bit, or not?
Oh, I see that. Can we get into your story a little bit? Like, what will she say about her story? So we've kind of seen part of her life. We understand that she's a scenester, kind of a band groupie. We understand that she's a little looking to be famous to one degree or another, which is part of her tale. She folds that into this idea that, oh, this guy knew that I wanted to be famous, took me out to Hollywood, and then trafficked me. I don't know. Well, I guess we'll see. Crunk says, if I didn't know better, she just faked not knowing Epstein. Well, it's not that she was faking not knowing it. She was just like, that Epstein thing. People have been trying to talk about this. That Epstein thing that happened?
I'm not familiar with it.
Yeah, for sure. And just to backtrack a little bit, I was really focused on speaking out against QAnon. I just didn't find it very helpful. I found myself on the receiving end of some of their attacks because I wasn't willing to toe the line. There are horrible people on all sides, and to anyone, it didn't need to be political. It doesn't need to be about that. I try to reach out to politicians on both sides. I try to reach out to journalists on all sides. It's like such a problem. We don't need to put the extra stuff on it, just how you were saying. But I did an interview with NBC about it. I was really very vocal because I wasn't understanding why the conversation was shifting from something that we have tangible evidence on to something that, in my mind, I feel like the QAnon thing was maybe some type of weird psyop or something. Like, that was just some weird stuff. And that was something in the survivor space we never saw coming. You know what I mean?
So she's deflected thus far to talking about QAnon and her experiences with QAnon without actually addressing the question, which is, what is your story? What is your story? Crunk says the way she grabbed her necklace when she said, oh, I don't know about all of it.
We just never saw that one coming. That
kind of derailed the conversation a lot too.
Derailed the conversation, wasn't helpful. Do I think that some folks that believe in QAnon have been helpful? Yes, they're few and far between. That was my experience.
Mm-hmm.
And I would love to stand corrected. So my story.
Well, that's the weird thing about the Q. I don't think she's actually wrong about the QAnon thing. This idea that that anytime anybody addresses human sex trafficking or human trafficking at all, they would be like, "Oh, that's a QAnon conspiracy," and it immediately made people dismissible. Like, you didn't have to deal with the things they were saying, the clues they were finding. This existed before QAnon. Like, a lot of that stuff QAnon ends up like kind of grafting onto, especially the human sex trafficking stuff. But that was like, there were people out there trying to expose things, especially when the Podesta emails dropped, etc. And then it all got fucking obfuscated because of QAnon. Became immediately dismissible, and you weren't allowed to talk about it. You weren't allowed to say anything about it. You weren't allowed to talk about the weird emails, the weird anomalies anymore. So in that respect, I actually kind of agree with her. Let me see here with chat. Trembling says this interviewer chick's head is Doberman thin. It's bothering me. Trump still says, close your eyes. Is that Jean-Pierre? Crunk says, so many tells on both sides in this interview. Brissinger says, by the time I download all my favorite porno, they're going to make it illegal, and I'll be an outlaw. You'll be a bootlegger, baby. Prophet says, answer the fucking question, lady. How many fucking cookies can you bake on 3 years and 4 ovens? Answer me. Trembling says, derailed this conversation especially.
I would love to stand corrected. But, but on the flip side, though, even though I was on the receiving end of attacks, even though I thought they weren't helpful, even though I felt like they muddied the water, I still fought for their freedom to say it. I wish, you know, I wasn't very comfortable when they were removed from, you know, standard social media platforms. In my mind, that forces them more underground, radicalized.
Oh, but you were okay with trying to remove people that shared still screenshots of your hip hop music videos. Just saying. Brissinger says that's okay. At least lasagna isn't illegal. Boom. It better never be illegal. Crunk says to Prophet, the answer is not 60 million. Oh, we don't have it anymore. We retired it. I don't know if you know this, Crunk. We retired most of the old drops. It's all new drops now. We're building back up to full strength.
Them. This is a problem we have, you know, is when we remove these folks that are maybe already a little desperate on the edge, they feel unheard. Really, it gives them an opportunity to be further radicalized. You know, we see the same things with like terrorists, possible terrorists, you know, white supremacy, things like that. I just don't like it.
Dude, she's not answering this question at all. I mean, we're a little more than halfway through the clip. She asked her a question about 2 minutes ago, and then she went into this diatribe about QAnon. Come on.
To see it get pushed, you know, then they're in their own bubble where they're only talking to people like them, and it's just further radicalization. So that's one thing I get scared of. So my story.
Oh, here we go. We've gotten back to her story. Trebling says this loaf of shit should learn about Lemuria. For real. You want to educate yourself. The Shasta Mountains. Crunk says that drop for the last comment should be Bert and Ernie looking around.
My story, girl, I'm gonna get you banned off YouTube. I'm bringing up all the horrible words, like,
What the fuck are you talking about? Just spit it out. Why? What's with the evasiveness? You're an advocate. You're a person that's like, I was sex trafficked. Now this is why I do this work that I do. Like, you have to tell your story. You have to be transparent. Crunk says, I wonder where these two got the money to have such nice teeth. I don't know. The CIA.
I've had some pretty outrageous people. I think we'll be good.
I watched some of your podcasts over the weekend. You have some great guests. I loved it, actually. I love just really good topics. It was really fun just to hear the
Holy shit. More obfuscation. More like, oh, well, you know, oh, yeah, I listen to your podcast. Like, are you ever like 7 minutes, 11 seconds into a 10-minute, 59-second video? We have not heard a fucking word about her story. Traveling says, I'm going to say horrible words like double penetration and drooling cream puffs. Hey now.
different topics. It was good. I was really excited about it. So my story, I was homeschooled. So I was homeschooled, and I was groomed at age 15. I went to a concert, the Vans Warped Tour in Chicago, and I had a driver's permit.
Now, they said that this doesn't line up with the time the Vans Warped Tour was in Chicago. She couldn't have been 6 or 15. I guess maybe that'll be further in that Twitter thread.
So like I went, you know, I had a driver's permit, thought I was cool, went to the Vans Warped Tour and met a photographer there. And the photographer spent 2 years grooming me. I don't know where 5 came from. 15 was probably in my head, but yeah, 2 years grooming me. I actually went.
Oh, see, here we go. Confusion in her story. I don't know where that came from. Oh, must be because I said 15. That was in my mind. 5 was in my mind.
To Los Angeles to do a photo shoot with the photographer, and so everything sort of seemed pretty legit. I moved to Los.
So that would be 15. If we're taking her story at face value, 15 to 17. At 17, he grooms her for 2 years somehow. I assume through the power of the internet. 17, flies her out to Los Angeles to do a photo shoot.
Los Angeles before I turned 18, and just barely, because I graduated early because I was homeschooled. And with a few days of being there, you know, I was promised the world. You know, I was promised I was going to be a star, and my naivete really didn't work in my favor in this case, and I was sex trafficked right away. I was, you know, it started with a couple beers, went to drugs. I was trying to fit in, be cool. I wanted to impress everybody, show everybody, you know, that I was cool, that I could fit in. And once I was on the drugs, then I was sold.
Then I was sold. She was sold. Oh my God. So I just looked up Chicago Warp Tour for the Vans Warp Tour. The only thing the earliest date I can find is 2005. 1999, 2018, 2010, 2005, 2007. I'm not seeing anything before this. And if we believe, she was definitely not that young. She was not that young at that time period. So there's that.
Whoa. Okay. So the concept.
No, but what does that mean? What does that mean? What do you mean you were immediately sex trafficked? I started with beers and drugs, and then I was sex trafficked. What does that fucking mean? What the fuck does that mean? Does it mean you were at a party and you were doing drugs and got drunk and somebody hooked up with you, that like an older man hooked up with you? Like, what does that fucking mean? I've heard that she had said that the photographer sold her to somebody else for $500. I don't know. That is her claim. Crunk says so many tells. Trembling says, yeah, she would have been 15 in 1999 or 2000 probably, but was Warped Tour that early. I don't know when it started officially. Brissinger says, oh my God, if they run for office, they're going to get so many old men. Trumpzilla says they got back from Davos. Crunk says, Vans did sponsor a lot of stuff earlier than that, but I don't think they had a named tour then. Brissinger says, well, my internet sucks, so I'll be on the lookout for more from Nightcap any day of the week. Laugh out loud. Well, hey, be well, but my friend, be well. Prov says, I feel like I went to Warped Tour before 2005. I didn't get sex traffic, though. I just saw flogging Molly. Trembling says she would have been 15 in 1996 if she was born in 1981, as said earlier, which she said that she was born in 1981. We're going to look at when she gets into her Vixen video era, which is like 2016. She started a blog. In the blog that she started, she said she was born in 1981. Hagbert says 95. It was the first Vans Warped Tour. Trumpzilla says refresh to clear audio problems. Let me see here. So we're not just talking about Warped Tour, though. We're talking about specifically Chicago Warped Tour 2007. The earliest time I can find for Warped Tour in Chicago is 2005. There's another one in 2011, another one in 2007. 2016. So specifically Chicago. She's saying that she did this specifically in Chicago.
Of selling a human to me, like I can't even begin to break that down.
Yeah.
And I'm sure probably a lot of listeners can't either. It just seems like it only exists in movies. So
Break what down? She didn't say anything.
So how do you sell a person? Like when we're talking about your story, like how were you sold? Like how does that transaction happen?
Well, I wasn't necessarily consulted,
Right.
but you know, I try to tell folks, and this is one thing I definitely had a difficult time once I became an advocate, just sort of unpacking a lot of why it happens. You know, in that time, I was not seen as a human being. I was solely seen as an object. It would be the equivalent if I said to you, hey, girl, you want to buy this microphone? You know, it was sold like a.
Which is weird because if we're saying like if we're talking about the dates they're talking about, which we watched videos earlier of her just hanging out with scenesters like Jeffree Star, fuckboys, band members, etc. That would be the time that she's talking about, even though she was much older than she's saying. But that's the time that she's talking about.
Like a product. So, you know, I try not to, you know, these are folks that don't see humans as humans. They see them as, you know, along the lines of, you know, illegal drugs, illegal guns, illegal oil, seen the same way. It's
Is she talking about like World Star? That's who, like, it's kind of sounds like, which would have been much later in her life. You know, I hope that she's just like confused about the dates and that she's not lying, because this would be a really gross grift. This would be a really disgusting grift to latch on to something like this. Is it like a lie she told that got away from her? You know what I mean? Like she kind of told some bullshit story and then it just kind of picked up and then it snowballed and she's like, well, I'm kind of locked into it. I'm locked into it now. Now I don't have a choice. I have to kind of double down on these stories, these ideas. It's like that comedian, what's his name? Steve Renazizi, the guy who said he was at the World Trade Center on 9/11. It's a comedian, and he got out, or he outed himself. Other people had kind of put the pieces together, but he outed himself as being like, no, I wasn't really there. Ended up being kind of a big thing. If you're a fan of Red Bar, if you're a fan of Mike Red Bar, go look up Red Bar, Steve Renazizi. We'll never forget. It's a great like 2-hour clip.
solely just, you know, for that. You know, and as far as abusers go, you know, I definitely look at them as folks that are not dealing within the same framework of reality that we are, you know. So, and it's not like this is anything new, you know, unfortunately. Slavery, forced labor, you know, non-consensual sex, these are things we've dealt with for a very long time.
Right.
And
How does any of this involve you? Those things do happen. They happen to people all the time. How are you a part of that? Like, you have to be like way more explicit. Like, this is not really answering the question. This is talking around the question. It's talking about the concept of trafficking rather than the particular ways in which she was trafficked. Crunk says, or no, Trembling says, this catcher's mitt is 42 at least. That's what it seems like. And I think she seems like an older woman. She seems like somebody that's at least my age or maybe a little older. Crunk says, nope, the drugs and years of running wild in the environment made someone who can't live without the lifestyle and stuff she has done. Drumzilla says, I'm not believing the body language. Hagbert says, fuck, I was just looking up the spelling of his name to mention him. Well, hey, dude, great minds, great minds. Crunk says to Trumpzilla, thank you. The body language says the opposite of what she is saying. Prof says, Norm also claimed to be at ground zero, wading through the blood and bone, looking for his brother, who was in rural Canada at the time. It sounds like a... I assume we're talking about a joke. Trumpzilla says it's like stolen victimhood. A little bit. I think that's a good way to put it, Trumpzilla. Stolen victimhood. Because we've kind of witnessed this evolution of Eliza, of being a person that's a fame whore. Somebody just looking for their in to popularity, to fame. And like I said, maybe it started as kind of a little white lie, something innocent, and then it became her identity. And then it became a way for her to have a public profile. Like she's not a poor person. She's made a lot of money doing this in the past few years. You know, there's tons of photos of her on her Twitter and Instagram and very expensive designer clothes, having very expensive dinners, hanging out in expensive hotels. Like her life did not skip a beat. She was doing the same thing she was doing when she was like obsessing over bands and trying to work her way into that scene. It's the same kind of shit. But now she gets to feel like mature and profound and interesting.
Same with child marriage. You know, child marriage isn't illegal everywhere. So I'm really grateful that I got out.
Dude, seriously, what the fuck was that? She was asked point blank. Point blank. Point blank, she was asked. Okay, so My Chemical Romance only played the Vans Warped Tour from 2004 to 2005, putting her story at 2005 for being 15 years old, yet somehow in 2006 she was on Blind Date and claiming to be 21 years old. Well, like I said, you know, it's like a casting call. They could lie. They could lie about her age, but they wouldn't lie about somebody being 16 on that show. I bet they did a little bit more due diligence. At least I would hope so. He says, so she's claiming she was trafficked by My Chemical Romance members, people connected to Blind Date, Jeffree Star, James Charles, unnamed photographer. It's just another grift, folks. Okay. So this directly has to deal with her in the music video stuff. So actually, before we watch this, let's watch the other music video. I think this is the one. Hold on. Give me a second. Wait, is this the one we already watched? That's the one we watched. Okay. Hold on. There's another music video. She did 3 music videos. I have 2 of them. So we're going to see what she was up to. If I can figure it out. Share screen. There we go. All right. Now we're good.
We got talk so Eddie Murphy sweater. What's wrong with Eddie Murphy sweater? This ain't no.
So this one is this is earlier than the first one we watched. This is from 9 years ago. The last one we watched was from 6 years ago. So this is around what, 2012, 2013?
This is Big Bird Yellow. That's what this is. You don't even know. That's the director. GLC. Somebody. Give me.
Trumlick says, the interviewer, have you ever thought of putting on an apron and not being a whore? Prophet says, man, I wish my trauma was this valuable. I just have to work for shit. It is the grind of being a man. Nobody gives a fuck about the trauma of men and their experiences. Nobody gives a shit.
This video of some honey, some model. Come on, man. Let somebody. Hey, I know y'all. Come on, baby. I get y'all roofies down this mountain. From the low end. I got a little kid on 7 out here making.
Dude, it's so crazy. So she went. Like, this is what I mean about this kind of direction of like a fame whore. She went from being like an emo goth, scenester, hipster chick to a ghetto, fabulous, bootylicious, fucking music video model. This is a person that will just do anything that you put in front of them that might entice them, thinking that they're going to get famous. I mean, this video has 84,000 views on a channel that has under 4,000 subs. I guarantee you a lot of these views are from the past month. After this came out, I guarantee you like at least 30K, maybe 40K views are from the past month. Hagbert says, Eva Lovia is the last interviewer's stage name. I want you to check out her old career highlights. Oh, I'm sure it's great. I'm sure it's something very special. A lot of deep throat action.
Come on, baby.
Lions out here dressing like they Eddie Murphy. These goofies out here dressing like they Eddie Murphy. Revival, this right here, survival. Yeah.
Prophet says, well, I'm ghetto fabulous. I'm bootylicious. Where's my rap video? Whom must I smoke? Maybe GLC and get guap. I guess you got to smoke that pole.
These goofies out here dressing like they Eddie Murphy. For a G like me, that ain't working. I ain't with that motherfucking clown shit. Fuck these trendy hoes, give me a down, bitch.
Like, she came here and made like $600 to be in this thing for this fucking awful song. This dude who has no flow, this mumbling dude trying to like get on a trend. Is this sex trafficking? Is this what she's talking? I was groomed into doing this stuff.
Niggas out here talking about the clothes they bought. Say they pimpin', but I know the hoes they bought. They left with me, yup, every hoe they brought. She got them for that bag, she do what she talk. That pussy is a weapon when it come to thoughts. My hustling is allergic to the day I'm caught. Flip it through domestics like a somersault.
I gotta say, it is kind of humorous. It's kind of funny. The white girl is getting a lot of time here. A lot of time in this music video. You know, we saw he's got a sister there. He's got a sister there. But this music video is all about this white chick. Hagbard says, Dan, Little Zay could help. I bet Little Zay could help. Crunk says to Hagbard, yeah, that was a subnote on the show notes. Pretty sure the victim has a stage name too. The Racing Heart, I left more talent in the toilet this morning after a large coffee. Welcome, the Racing Heart.
Somebody tell a bank, I'ma need another vault. Got that ism sight, I see shit you can't see. That goofy ass shit, that just ain't me. I kick your ass out, Jet Li. That goofy ass
Dude, I
shit.
kick your ass out, Jet Li. That goofy ass can't step to me. Like poetry, like Shakespeare.
That just ain't me. These niggas clowns. Who the fuck tutored them? How are they buzzworthy? The hood don't even rumor them. But the blog sites is full.
Honestly, this looks like the production quality of this, of the editing, the post-production quality rather, looks like something Paul and I do for YouTube Shorts. Like it's at that level. It's like at that level.
Consume with them, it's all smoke and mirrors, no labels all pursuing them. My lifestyle wild, involve thieves and crooks. You niggas bought bottles just to hold Jeezy look. You VIP frauds need to see God. Account for every soft action that you deem hard. In school you was a tattletale, fuck boy, lame nigga. Hey, I can't wait to rob goofy ass same nigga. My niggas straight shooters. You
Who's goofy? Is it the girls or is it just people? Are just people in general goofy? Or is it the girls? This is the chicks. Crunk says this rapper went on to be a doctor. The other guy is now a lawyer, and all the others are super functional members of society. Well, of course. Of course. Listen, world star hip hop, baby. Videos to the world.
Niggas state troopers, lame niggas, straight losers. Got that ism sight, I see shit you can't see. That goofy ass shit, that just ain't me. I kick.
They were really hoping that would take off. This goofy ass shit. They're like, man, that's gonna be on t-shirts, man. That's gonna be a fucking thing. That's gonna be a hook. If you're gonna be talking about these goofy motherfuckers. Crunk also says nuclear physicists, ACLU rep, EMTs, productive members of society. Oh my goodness.
Your ass out, Jet Li. That goofy ass shit, that just ain't me, niggas.
Oh, Big Tom is on the train and back again now. I can chat. Tom just got on his train, everybody. Thank God. I'm glad you got there, buddy. The Racing Heart just followed. Thank you for the follow, Racing Heart.
Second jealous, but who are they to tell us? Interior like mustard seed, so my life's what I relish. They call me Johnny Appleseed, and your seed then vanish. So now,
A prophet says, hey, at least the black girl is cute. Would bleach. Hey now.
right, why they lost and jealous? Lames acting Mickey, their minds are so many. I run my mouth loosely. You niggas.
Holy shit. I understand why they put this guy at the end of the song. Holy shit. This mumbling marble-mouthed asshole. He's like Boomhauer from King of the Hill. Yeah, man, gold diamonds, champagne, man, don't
Just look goofy, trying to style, looking crazy, what the fuck? I got these bitches quacking about me more than Donald Duck. Oh, my side chick, something like a centerfold. Call a pussy podium, cause that's where winners go. If I was Tiger Woods, I'm swinging on my pinnacle. These niggas recognize I'm the realest, I'm spitting miracle.
Holy shit, dude. Like, you know, I'll say this: not a big rap fan. I don't listen to a lot of rap music, but this is fucking. Even I know. This ain't no good.
That ain't me. Yeah, yeah. Damn, so in distress at the strip club. I take you home, bubble bath, rub that ass, throw my money up, spend it. I don't.
It's like somebody's retarded cousin. Yeah, okay, Stu. You can okay, you can spit some fire, buddy. Just let loose.
care. Legs ain't me. Ain't me. I like this sweater, man. What you got to say about Eddie Murphy? Say this face, motherfucker. That ain't me, man. Give my money back. You have to burn my shit up, dude.
Yeah, producers are not supposed to be in the videos. Let's just say it now. Not supposed to be in the videos. Crunk says everybody in this video is a Harvard graduates. He also says, I want this guy in the yellow shirt on my side at the bar fight. Well, yeah, he's got that retard strength. You got to have that retard strength. That's a premium. That's a premium in a bar fight. Retard strength. Don't you know it? Hard R retard. Okay. Prophet says, all these people would be curing cancer in space except that I held them down. That's true. Wakanda forever. Wakanda forever. Okay, so the next video is a 2012, a phone call to mom about being a video vixen from her personal YouTube she hasn't posted on in years. Didn't seem to mind or care about her story and almost enjoying her video vixen prostitute lifestyle. So this is her. She started doing these videos. Okay. She started doing these rap videos. Probably after the last one we just saw. So she calls her mom. She calls her mom to ask her mom, did you see my video? Did you see my video? Did you see my rap videos? Did you see them? Did you read my blog? The Racing Heart says it is the dumbing down of society. Oh, fucking in more ways than one, my friend. All right. Let's see how this call with her mother went. Let's see.
Hi, guys. Welcome to your first installment of Life of a Video Vixen via video. I wanted to give my mom.
So this is her personal YouTube. She's trying to create a public profile because of all the work she's been doing in these rap music, these hip hop music videos. So she's trying to create a profile, trying to be a face, trying to do something that maybe she thinks that the internet will maybe glom onto. They'll find it funny. It'll become a meme or something. I'm going to call my mom and ask her about my big juicy asshole. Trembling says, quote unquote, Mom, I got blacked on film and now I lazily dance as retards lazily rap. Aren't you proud of me now? Do you love me now? Do you love me now? Prophet says, is this Rachel Dolezal? I don't think so. Even Rachel Dolezal has more respect for herself than this. At least she decided to take over the ACLU, you know? No, it's kind of wild because okay, so this would be like 2012. At this point, she's 34-ish, between 33 and 35. Well, 30. Well, oh wait, no, I'm sorry. My apologies. 31. So she'd be like 31, 32-ish at this time. She's gone from emo goth scenester chick, band whore, to music video chick. Now she wants to call her mom. And she's all in on it. She's all in on it. This is how she dresses now. It's her new trend, her new drip, her new style. I wanted to get your feedback. Now, her mom, who's living in Illinois, just came back from work. Her dad's a fucking politician. What did you think of me? It's almost like comes off like, I don't know, a little bit. It comes off a little bit like, I don't know, some sort of Arrested Development rebellion. Just a tad, just a smidge. Hagbard says, quote unquote, Mom, they told me I did such a good job today that they're going to run some kind of train on me tonight. I guess I'm going to Atlanta. It's the chocolate city of Atlanta. Trembling says her lamb chalk fake eyelashes on her goblin eyes. Hagbard says she sounds like the owl in Clash of the Titans. Oh my God. Deep cut. We got to get the girls in. That was dude. That's a good one. She's like, hey, yeah, listen, I'm busy. I'm doing shit. I just got off of work. What are you talking about? I'm trying to mix up this ambrosia salad. What the fuck is what's going on? What do you need money? Do you need money or something? I have to imagine she's an only child. She's got to be an only child. Yeah, no, I saw you're having fun. You know, you're dancing and shit.
And this is where the whole thing goes topsy-turvy.
Just saying, buddy. Yeah, she thinks like they're so stupid that they should be satire. They're so stereotypical. They should be satirical. Is what her mom's trying to let her down easy. You know, she's trying to soften the blow. It should be, you know, it's so stereotypical. It's so silly. Yeah, I'm sure those dudes making those videos were like thinking the same thing. Like, this is retarded. This is just like, you know, this is just fun stuff that we do.
Women.
That's right, George. That's right. I don't think it's possible. Like, listen to her mom's voice. Listen to her mom's voice. I don't think it's possible to be too sexy. I don't think that's even a thing. Trembling says, quote unquote, but mom, you're supposed to react in some way when I switch my entire lifestyle around to reflect the kind of cocks I'm sucking at the moment. Bad mom. Not cool. She's not even good for content. She's not even good for content. The Racing Heart says that stealth vape, though. So her mom is hip. Her mom is cool. She knows a name at least. Dem Franchise Boys. I have no idea. Never heard of them. Never heard of them. Trembling says, I can't hear any of the audio of this, but I don't care. Honestly, you can't hear the audio. Hold on. Hold on a second. You got to hear the audio. It's no fun without the audio. Share audio. So I apologize. If you guys couldn't hear the audio, I'm sorry.
All right. I feel what you're saying. What do you think that
clean music, you know, good moral character, you know, catchy, you know, good.
Can you guys really not hear the audio at all? That would be a bummer. Sorry if that's happening. I hit the right buttons, I swear.
Okay, so then Franchise Boys. All right. Well, I appreciate your opinion. I thought for some reason.
Well, thanks for telling me. If that ever happens in the future, just let me know immediately. I will do what I can to fix it. Prophet says, what's that mouth gotta smell like? Vodka, Newports, and you know, that other thing. Cock. Like cocks.
Reason that you'd say that you didn't want me to be in music videos.
No, I don't mind it. I mean, as long as you don't take your clothes off and don't do anything that would humiliate yourself or your family.
Don't do anything that would humiliate yourself or your family. Please. 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 Hybrid said it sounded like Boo Boo the Owl before. Trembling says cocoa butter is what it smells like. Also, her own asshole. Yeah, ass to mouth. Ass to mouth.
I don't have any problem with it.
All right. Whose video would you not want to see me in?
Snoop Dogg.
Snoop Dogg.
She wouldn't want to see her in a Snoop Dogg video. Apparently, Snoop Dogg is too degenerate. Maybe Snoop Lion. Maybe she'd be more okay with that. Snoop Lion. Prophet says, I used to date a girl in high school who was a goth train wreck, and she always smelled like cigarettes, makeup, and girl sweat. Do I know this person? Do I know this person?
Why?
Well, usually, the videos center around everything horrible that there is, A lot of drugs, a lot of illicit sex.
Right. No, I understand. I understand. Well, if I booked a Snoop Dogg video, though, I might make a lot of money.
Well, that's okay. That's okay then. Her mom's coming in strong, though. She's like, yeah, I understand you make a lot of money, but you'd also be a whore.
There's more to life than money, you just think about your reputation, and it could, it's just kind of what you'd be doing in the video.
Right. If I was just dancing and hanging out, it would be one thing. But you're right. There is more to life than money, and reputation is a big deal.
Yeah.
Prophet says not the one we shared, Shaun. She didn't smoke cigarettes. That's true. The occasional clove, maybe, but definitely not a cigarette smoker. You are correct.
All right. Well, I guess I'm just trying to think if there's any other questions I want to ask. Oh, have you read my blog?
I haven't read your blog yet. I'm sorry, I've been a little bit busy.
You haven't read my blog?
Well, I've read some of the entries, but if you mean recently, no.
Well, did you read the about me, about how I always wanted to be a fly girl and I got the idea from In Living Color?
She always wanted to be a fly girl. She got the idea from In Living Color. This definitely ages her. Number one, it definitely ages her. She's definitely older than me. I knew about In Living Color through like Legend until they started releasing the box sets. And then I bought some like box sets of the TV show when I was a teenager, when I was like in like late high school. And Living Color is very funny. But to suggest like she has an awareness of I always wanted to be a fly girl. Well, that's a very antiquated reference, even for 2012 when this was recorded. Oh yeah. Trembling says, all my goths smelled like Stouffer's, French bread pizza, and cloves. Ah, yes. The scent of kings and queens. Hybrid says she would have been in high school with me. I imagine so. She's probably at least 6 years my senior, at the very least.
Yeah.
Well, I just wanted.
Dad and I were just talking about In Living Color this morning. We were talking about, remember the Homeboy Shopping Network?
Heck yeah, I remember the Homeboy Shopping Network. Mo money, mo money, mo money.
Now she's all like ghetto. Like she's all ghetto. She has completely code switched over to this new identity, this new lifestyle. The Homeboy Network. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's merely a display item.
She's like, let me do a bit. Let me do part of the bit. Come on. You know what? I don't know. She doesn't know that she's being recorded. She just thinks she's talking to her daughter. What a monster.
That is merely a display item. So, well, and you like me doing the blog, right?
Yeah.
Well, good.
I think it's been great since you've been blogging.
So she's been doing a blog, I guess cataloging her experiences as trying to become a video vixen, a fly girl, as she has wanted to be since she was very young, obviously. That's why she was such a big fan of My Chemical Romance. You know what I mean?
Your writing has improved.
My writing is improved. Well, Mom, it's not hard to go anywhere from you. It's hard to go anywhere from the lowest to the low. I'm not a good writer.
Yes, but you have to consider the fact that, I'm a college.
Oh, Trembling comes in with the hottest of takes. He says she's got the same trying to seem young and glomming onto black guy's energy that Madonna has now. Ooh, that's fair. Harsh but fair. Those girls.
So I like to see people make progress in life.
All right. Well, thanks for thinking I made progress in life. Well, I don't know. I just wanted to take this opportunity because, of course, I'm recording all of this for the blog. But
Oh, you're recording me. Oh my God. Trumzilla says Madonna looks like Akhenaten. I know what you're saying. I don't know how to. I know what you're saying, and I can't pronounce it right now. Akhenaten.
of course, I'm recording all of this.
Okay, well, thanks for the warning.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't post it if you said anything too bad. But I just want to take this opportunity.
She wasn't talking about all those N's. You know, her mom is famous for dropping N-bombs. I don't know if you're aware of this, but she's famous for it. She's always, on the lookout for censorship. Trumpzilla says Egyptian with an elongated head. That's what I was trying. Yes, I understood the reference, and I could hear it in my head, but I could not pronounce it in my current state. Could not pronounce it. Akhenaten. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying?
For to thank you and Dad for always being so supportive of all my endeavors, and for really
thank you and Dad for all supporting all of my endeavors. Holy shit! So she's got good parents, well, good-ish parents, I suppose. You know, the role of a parent is to warn your child away from doing stupid bad things because you know more than them. You have life experience. Hagrid says Madonna looks like she crawled out of an issue of 2000 AD. Trembling says Madonna based her new look on those lip-shaped novelty couches. Trumpzilla says, "Got you, buddy. It's late. Thank you. Thank you for the. I appreciate the understanding. I'm gonna try to I'm having some StreamYards issues as always. There we go. When I share a video, the connection seems to go to shit.
Raising me to love all cultures and all different types of music and to be extremely well-rounded. I think that that's been a big catalyst for me wanting and being able to do this. So
big catalyst for her wanting to be a fly girl is her parents' open-mindedness. Man, talk about weaponizing your parents just being okay with you seeing things. Jesus Christ.
Because of you guys, I'm able to do this, and I really look up to you guys. So I just hope that I'm able to make you guys proud. Take it all the way to the top.
You make us proud, baby, and I'm very happy with that. Thank you very much for the support.
Well, thank you, and I love you so much, and I will talk to you later.
All right, love you too.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Oh, there's more.
So that was my mom's take on me being a video vixen. She doesn't want me to be in a Snoop Dogg video. But she said it depends on what I'd be doing in the Snoop Dogg video. But yeah, I guess that's that. I thought she was going to say something crazy. I thought she was going to be like, I don't know, humiliated, embarrassed. Like, I don't even know what. So anyway, check it out. Life of a Video Vixen. It lives on chicagonow.com. Thank you once again for all the emails. Thank you for reading them.
Again, this is just this very desperate online bullshit, and especially back then. when it's kind of a burgeoning industry. She thought this was like her pathway to being a famous person. She wants to be famous for being famous. Like that's like the kind of like one of these insidious, subversive, poisonous things about the modern era. And it definitely started back then. This concept of being famous for being famous. I blame the E Network. I blame MTV. You have these shows of like these fucking people, all these reality shows, the Kardashians, the Jersey Shore, fucking pregnant at 16. This whole concept that you would just be famous for being famous. You have no identifiable skills. There's nothing actually special about you other than being a train wreck. So we took train wrecks, we put them on a pedestal, and then we showed this shit to kids. We showed this shit to teenagers. Because there was a time where in your brain, your lizard brain, you see something on TV, you think like it's earned its place. It's earned it. It's earned it. Why would you be famous for nothing? Well, you will be. You can be. My God. Hegbert says, note to self, only hee-haw reruns for the daughter going forward. Probably a smart move. Trembling says, she's well beyond feeling embarrassed over you, Granny. Prophet says, I feel you, Hagbard. We legit banned Curious George in our house because of his insolence and subversive nature. We're not fucking around here. Trumzilla says, I've always said there would be no Gordon Ramsay without Iron Chef. Well, that's probably true. In terms of, well, it's probably partially true. Although I think Gordon Ramsay may predate Iron Chef. It's been around since about 2006. There was a BBC program called Boiling Points, where he first made his debut as being an asshole head chef. I've worked for these types of dudes. A lot of fun.
A blog. You can check me out on www.facebook.com/Eliza Sipe and Twitter.
Oh, she went back to her real name, Eliza Sipe. So she was Eliza Cuts up to this point. At some point, she becomes Eliza Knows because of the music videos. But at this point in her career, she's gone back to Eliza Sipes. So let me see here. We got to check out her blog. So she's talking about her blog, which there's an internet archive of. It doesn't exist anymore writ large. Life of a Video Vixen. This is the About page. Reel the tape back. It's 1991. I am 10 years old. So 1991, I am 10 years old. Right? So that would put her born at 1981. My goal in life at this particular point is to become a fly girl on the hit TV show In Living Color. No joke. So even though we watched all this stuff of her just wanting to be kind of a scenester, wanting or seeing her want to be like a goth chick. No. Her deepest, darkest, no pun intended, desire is to be a fly girl. I looked up to those girls so much that I dressed like them and acted like them and even danced like them. Why? Well, because the fly girls were beautiful, cool, and independent. I mean, look at J-Lo. Look what happened to J-Lo. The fly girls were so on trend with their look and so on point with their dance moves that it was electrifying. To this day, I still want to be a fly girl. Over on chats, Trumpzilla says, didn't know that. Always great to get info from Nightcap. Well, hey, man, it's much appreciated that you hang out and watch. Trumpzilla says, or Trembling says, this all started with Anna Nicole Smith. Did it start with her? I know she's definitely one of the early adopters of being famous, for sure. Trumpzilla says, do a Nightcap on Anna. So sad, and what a story. B-list Marilyn. You know, she would be a great topic for Nightcap. Honestly, she really would. So here I sit, 31 years of age, and not much has changed. So this would be 2012. She's 31. Well, not much other than the fact that I have felt the ground so many times, chasing so many dreams that I am no longer afraid of falling or failing. When I get an idea or a goal set in my mind, nothing will stand in my way from achieving it. I will never be able to be a fly girl, sad to say, but if there were a modern day fly girls, they would be the video vixens, video honeys, and eye candy girls that live from within one world, music videos. I put it on my bucket list long ago to become the woman I had always dreamt of being. a video vixen. You aspired to be a hoe. Very cool. I am now hard pressed, despite all of the odds, to make my dreams come true. Oh, don't worry. There are a lot of things standing in my way. I am going to keep you posted along my journey via this blog. I am excited that I will have you along with me to watch this dream or disaster unfold. My name is Eliza Sepp, and here's my blog, Life of a Video Vixen. Says there's 2 captures here. Where do we find the captures? So that was posted on Chicago Now. So she moved to Chicago. She stayed in Chicago. I guess that is confirmed. Well, it looks like that's about it. That's it for that. So that's all that exists now of that situation. Those videos. Why can I not close out of this? I want to close out. I can't. It won't let me. Oh my God. Okay. We'll do this then. Okay. We're going to scroll back down. Very, very, very good stuff. The Racing Heart says intelligence is suppressed while ignorance is amplified in upside down society by design. Dude, I totally agree with that sentiment, actually. I really do. Once we started taking the dregs of society and putting them on pedestals as aspirational figures in our life, we were truly lost. Trembling says Anna Nicole Smith was meant to be a formerly hot trailer park mom. She'd still be alive, probably, if so. Trumpzilla says all of her patrons bought her paintings. Is that where Hunter got the idea? You have to be like a know-nothing and then fucking just be like, well, I'm an artist, dude. I'm a fucking artist. Don't you like art? Don't you respect art? Prophet says every time Paul releases a video that hits 1K, this broad sleeps with a white man. So not that often. Oh. Oh my goodness. It's hard. It's a hard life out there. Do you put work into your little shorts? They go nowhere. It's very depressing. Okay, so the next one is she even tried to get on American Idol. Yet 11 years ago, she was 29 in 2011, making her 17-year-old in 2015 claim false yet again. Like, does she not know how the internet works? How could someone live so many lives and lies all at once? So I assume this is her audition for American Idol. We'll give it a go.
Hi, my name is Eliza Seip. I'm 29 years old, and my occupation is that I'm a beauty blogger, and I also do eyebrows full time.
She's a beauty blogger. Does eyebrows full time. A beauty blogger. Like when did he say this? This is from 2011. It's from 2011. She's not a beauty blogger. She was a scenester. And she definitely had friends that were popular, like Jeffree Star. You know, as much as we don't like Jeffree Star, he was famous. He was a famous internet personality, kind of a proto-influencer. Trumping says, I want that laughing celestial. Prophet says, Paul Shorts are all rapid-fire strobe light Carlos blanket chamber hypnovids of left-wing shock headlines. Yeah, it's like, it's like sissy hypnosis. Prophet says it's more subliminal than anything. Well, that's very true. It's very true. Maybe he's got something that we don't understand yet. We haven't evolved to understand Paul Shorts. Okay.
The good, bad, and the ugly with your personality.
The good, bad, and the
I can tell you this. You can tell the difference between my shorts and Paul Shorts.
ugly is that I'm kind of a control freak. I'm a workaholic. I have a very addictive personality. But on the flip side, I'm a very good friend and a very good family member, and I have a huge heart. So sometimes that sort of takes over.
Who would you say is your favorite designer?
My favorite designer. I would have to say Karl Lagerfeld.
Why?
Because it's Chanel, baby. Hello.
Do you stay up on the latest trends and designers?
I do. I try to stay up on the latest trends and designers, but I also try to mix it in with stuff from the past. So I try.
So this is an audition tape for American Idol. I'm assuming. That's how it was presented, at least.
Stay really up on subcultures from the past, and then also tried to intermix it with things from now and even maybe stuff from the future.
So when you intermix the future or now, the present, and you like to look at the past, how do you stay in touch with those things?
I stay in touch with those things by reading magazines, watching as much TV, and getting as much pop culture as I can in.
Well, of course, you just gotta open your brain up, shove that funnel in, and have that fat receptacle just pouring pop culture into you at all times. Trembling says this chick has not picked a single look that's attractive. Yeah, this is not flattering. The most flattering look that she's had was that picture of her with kind of the blonde hair and the bangs swept to the side with the picture of her and Gerard Way. That was the best picture I've seen of her. That's the best look because it was like kind of unassuming, a little gothic, a little goth, but nothing like kind of non-threatening, kind of normy. Tremzil says, hair reminds me of a 57 shovel head, 57-inch shovel head. Trembling says, kind of has a tranny arms there. A little bit. Maybe she started going to the gym. Maybe she was inspired by young Danzig.
I also listen to a lot of music from the past and from today. I'm a huge sucker for a good pop song. So I look at a lot of the pop stars from today have some pretty good fashion. So that's easy to suck up.
Excellent. And what would you say your friends say about you?
It's not the only thing that's easy to suck up. Just saying.
My friends would say that I'm crazy, maybe a little bit unpredictable, maybe a little bit predictable. I kind of swing back and forth like a pendulum, but I have a few very solid, good friends. I have a lot of acquaintances, but very few solid, good friends.
Does your mouth or attitude ever get you into trouble?
Absolutely. Probably every day.
How do you feel about working with an office full of 20 women?
I feel pretty good about working in an office with 20 women. I tend to be a little bit competitive, but on the flip side, I work with all women now. So I feel like I get along with women really well, and I speak woman.
She's like, oh no, I'm actually a kind of a nightmare, but also I'm really good. I really understand.
Let's just say I'm a special girl.
What are you, retarded?
Tell people that I speak the language of women, so I understand women really well.
Well, there you go. There you go. What the fuck? Man, this thing sending me in a situation here. Oh, there we go. There we go. Technical difficulties. All right. In 2010, New York Post had her at age 28 as one to watch for. Chicago auditions. Eliza Sepp, 28, from Chicago, the hair and makeup artist, aka Eliza Cuts, performed "Oh Holy Night" as Sinead O'Connor's "Nothing Compares to You." Is there actually anything here? Is there any footage of this? Nope. Just the timeline. Just the timeline. In 2009, Eliza Sepp, also known especially on the internet as Eliza Cuts, had been all the buzz at the Chicago American Idol audition for season 9. The singer reportedly has been spending a lot of time with the producers and has been filmed excessively. Here's Eliza Cuts singing with her band 14 years ago before she went on to be on American Idol. Maybe it's the horrible quality, but she doesn't seem like the next Adam Lambert. Well, let's see. We'll judge for ourselves. We'll judge for ourselves. Trumpzilla says, whenever I hear "I feel," I hear you, buddy. Prophet says, Sinead O'Connor, "Nothing Compares to You." What? That's Prince's baby. Show some goddamn respect. Well, it didn't become Prince's baby again until like 2016. Not until after he died. 2016, 2017. There is like a there is a like B-side rehearsal session version of "Nothing Compares to You" by Prince that's fucking incredible. It's amazing. Oh my God. She was going after every sector. Every sector. She just is so desperate, so thirsty to have attention, to have fame. Like she just tried it all. Everything. From a scenester to like being in a shitty band to being a fly girl. Constantly the shifting of identities and who she really is makes her current circumstances a little suspect. Because we could kind of extrapolate from this. We could say like, well, she got attention for this. She got attention for saying that she was sex trafficked. So that became her new identity. That became her new thing. Because now that's all she cares about. Very ferociously too. Like it's not even a passing thing. She's incredibly aggressive about it. Trumpzilla says Kamala Harris's bongos. In fairness to Eliza here, this is somebody with like a cell phone camera in like 2009 filming them. I can't tell if she's a good singer or a bad singer. I can't tell from this video. Trembling says this caterwauling tramp needs to be goon armed off the stage. Big Tom says, oh my God, my train just passed the greatest place on earth. Good old south of the border. You're on your way, my friend. You're on your way. Safe travels. Safe travels. Trumpzilla says, I just realized the clown dress. Clown World before Clown World was a thing. Truly a trailblazer. It's like shitty Portishead. You remember the band Portishead? You remember that? Remember that band Portishead? It's like shitty Portishead. I'm almost at a gamer word. Oh my God, she's so super serious right now. All right, that's enough of that. I think we get it. She was on tour with Jeffree Star at the time. Makes you wonder why she never jumped into the James Charles, Taddy Westbrook drama Jeffree was all wrapped up in. She was probably working on inventing her new trafficking story that simply doesn't add up. Well, I don't know if that's like a little egregious. The shit is pretty old. These videos are pretty old. Trembling says, trip hop, yeah. Had a girlfriend who would only screw to them. Holy shit, my brother. I also may have married a girl. I may have married her. That liked to fuck the Portishead. You put on a Portishead live concert, just let the night go. But that was when we were young. We were in our 20s. Now we're in our 30s. We're like, what is this, Gordon Ramsay show? What do we get? Is this Hell's Kitchen? Hell's Kitchen setting the ambiance. Well, that sounds very aggressively bad. We're just going to move on. Weird that an advocate to fight against sexual assault / abuse, grooming, CSA, trafficking, etc. would mention James Charles without mentioning his alleged crimes towards minors, which have been prominent in the news. Then again, Eliza is Jeffree Star's old friend. Are we coming to the end of this? There's lots of other weird things here. Between the name and open secret posting, we can see yet another name, Eliza A. Morthland, the daughter of Representative Richard Morthland. Since 2011, he recently won re-election. So this is her dad. The Racing Heart says, I enjoy this format of content. Why don't I ever find this type of stuff on more popular platforms like Twitch? Shake my head. That's because on Twitch, they're very censorious. That's why we're not on Twitch. We're on DLive and Odyssey. NIGHTCAP will be coming to Rumble at some point. I can't do this shit on YouTube. I can't do it on YouTube. I can't do it on Twitch. I get banned. I get strikes. It's a nightmare. Trembling says it's not a bad vibe, but it gets old. Yeah, it does. Like, as long as you're not, you should be focusing on the fucking. So it's like elevator music for fucking. That's what it is. That's like what Portishead. What's her name? I actually kind of like her. The girl from Sweden. What's her name? Escaping me at the moment. Trumpzilla says Kitchen Nightmares made me miss Nina Hagen. Trumping says I need Cinemax sax music and blue lighting myself. Trumpzilla says you hit 100. Congrats, buddy. Yeah, we did. We hit 100 here. We recently hit 1,000 subscribers on YouTube, which means the algorithm might be kinder to us because now we're monetizable. But this is her dad, Representative Richard Morthland, Springfield office, blah, 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 committee assignments, appropriations, higher education, public utilities, cities and villages, counties and townships, adoption reform, higher education, and veterans affairs. There you go. Well, I think that might be the end of that strand. I do have, he did make an update. This guy made an update. Apparently people on 4chan. So, you got to take this for what it is. It's from 4chan. 4chan Eliza Bleu leaks. I volunteered for the Yang campaign in 2019-2020. Oh, of course you did. Dude claims some spicy details on her Yang gang era and how she really got started on Twitter. Let's check it out. So this is from Anonymous. I volunteered for the Yang campaign in 2019-2020. I was moderating two YouTube, Twitch channels and doing a lot of volunteer work on my own time. The team was very dedicated to trying to get Yang recognition. During one campaign event in Chicago, the live stream team happened upon Eliza. Since she was dressed to be noticed, a bit slutty / fashionable, she was noticed quickly and asked some basic questions about the upcoming election. We could do this with everyone. But Eliza didn't just answer the questions and leave like everyone else. She noticed that Ted / Matt were constantly talking to the cameras and responding to chat. She was intrigued. Chat, you say? People donating money, you say? Eliza's grift mode must have kicked in because she became a tumor hovering around the crew / live stream team. I thought she was annoying and couldn't wait for her to go away. She didn't. She followed around for dinner and then Yang events. Even though she was a Trump supporter, she liked this attention she was getting from this new group of people, which would, this would be perfectly in line with what we have seen before. She goes where the attention is. Then the predatory manipulation begins. Quite funny of her to do so, ironic, some might say. The host of one of the shows is Matt. Matt just turned 19. Eliza claimed she was nearly 40. The predatory, Matt was socially awkward and likely a virgin, no proof, but Eliza manipulated this poor guy into thinking she actually liked him when it was painfully obvious that she was using him for social media clout. The live stream and volunteer work was quickly hijacked by Eliza, who wanted to be the main event on the show if Yang himself was not speaking. She used her new clout to get free vacations to the New Year's Yang fundraiser, exclusive event for donors she didn't donate, and to travel to other main campaign events. She didn't even care about them, just camera attention, and to create a GoFundMe that people donated thousands to so she could go to California for the primaries. Yang dropped out by then. She kept the GoFundMe money. I guess this is another one. I was in the Twitch stream when Eliza made her Twitter account the beginning of a monster. I was one of the first dozen followers doing so for Matt because they were now dating, and I thought maybe I could be wrong. Maybe she's not a grifter. So she hooked up with a 19-year-old to be part of the Yang gang. The intent was for her Twitter to be Yang centric and focus on UBI and election issues. We all worked super hard leading up to the New Hampshire primary, which Yang lost quite bad. This was the end of the times for the campaign, and Yang dropped out shortly after. With the momentum gone and the only those of us seeking comfort from one another in defeat returning to Twitch chat, which with the obvious end in sight, Eliza obviously broke up with Matt right away and immediately backtracked everything. She didn't actually care about UBI/the election. She used the moment to jumpstart her Twitter. Within a day or two, she had thousands of followers, almost all Yang Yang. But since that lost momentum, she scrubbed it all. Matt never existed. She wasn't into elections, none of that. Now she was a sex traffic advocate, something I had not heard her talk about at all. But now it was her whole personality, and it's obviously some form of lie. A half-truth greatly exaggerated for the sake of pity/an impregnable defense. Say anything bad about Eliza? You must be a sex trafficker. I've had these thoughts about Eliza being the fakest cunt of the whole Midwest, and it's so nice to see people posting threads about how she fucking sucks. She does. My goodness. My goodness. Trembling says, I want to go roast this old man over his daughter. He also says, man, imagine simping for a girl who looks like a hatchet face from Crybaby. Ooh, rough stuff. Rough stuff. So I don't know. Let me see if I can find anything else. I know there are some other things that have been posted. There's some more obfuscation about like her situation. Let me see if we can bring this one up. So she was on what is this? Dr. Drew? She was on Dr. Drew. This is a very short clip. So I don't know if it like the veracity of this. Like, okay. We're gonna watch a short clip of her on Dr. Drew. This is from like a year ago.
And when you say you're an advocate for human trafficking or rescuing people from trafficking, where do you focus that? Where is that going on? How do you find out about it? This kind of thing. And what sort of organizations are available to help people?
So he's asking her, you're an advocate for this kind of stuff. Like, how do you find sex trafficked people? How do you find them? Like, what do you do? What is the methodology behind your services, behind your activism? You're trying to save people. There should be very deliberate, specific places for people to go to or get in contact with.
Yeah, so I'm a survivor advocate for those that have been affected by human trafficking. I always let folks know because we always say advocate for human trafficking. I don't advocate for human trafficking. I advocate for survivors.
He's like so fucking bored. He's like, oh yeah, no shit, lady. I know you don't mean that you were advocating for sex trafficking. I get it. Trembling says she has the eyes of Gollum in the rank and Bass version of The Hobbit. She kind of does. A little Gollum-esque.
It's a human trafficking. Also, I like to steer clear of the word rescue. I'm one of those survivors that, and actually we can talk a little bit more about this as time goes on, but I'm one of those survivors that prefers given the opportunity to be free.
And when you say you're...
So she doesn't like the term rescue. She wants to be like, no, I'm one of those survivors that is free. I'm not like, I'm not rescued. Now I'm free. I'm released from my former prison. Racing Heart says, which one is Dr. Drew? It's the one on the right. No, the left. No, the right. Okay. Okay. So further on this thread, not only that, never mentions any organization, crisis hotline number, nothing on how to get help and what she actually does, quote unquote. It's super odd because that's always the first response in these types of interviews. And then they posted the entire interview, which is probably very long. It's probably very long. Well, I think, let me see if I got anything else specific. Not really. I have her podcast. Her podcast, the numbers are like Zoobox numbers. They're very low. It's under 1,000 views for any of her podcasts. And then she just kind of gave up on it. She just gave up on it because it wasn't a successful kind of revenue source. Because now she's all intertwined with Twitter, with Elon Musk. She's been on like those Twitter spaces with Elon Musk, with him, talking about what they're doing to curb child sex trafficking on Twitter. So maybe she's doing some good in some sort of abstract way. but it's not. It's definitely not what she started out to do. I think we got one more video to watch. We're gonna watch one more video, and I think this is more of advice. This is more of advice for our young debutante here. This is more advice for her. Okay. This video is called Street Smarts: How to Avoid Being a Victim. Okay. This comes in from our good buddy Trembling Color sent me this on Instagram. And I think it's the appropriate way to send off the show. Street Smarts: How to Avoid Being a Victim from 1995. The years in which Eliza herself dreamed of being a fly girl. And we know the dark road that will lead anybody on. You're going to end up on World Star hip hop videos. That's what's going to happen to you. So let's see here. Street Smarts. No bullshit. Just the truth. Here's our boy. He's going to tell us, how can we avoid being a victim?
You. Same lesson. You can't be the weakest one, the most vulnerable one there. You cannot be that one. You ever see these nature shows that they have on television where the antelopes are running in a herd and the lions are sneaking up on them? Have you ever seen the lion go after the swiftest or the strongest of the antelopes? He picks the weakest one. Only they call it the thinning of the herd or the survival of the fittest. But it's the same thing. He's picking.
Yeah, it's the same thing that happens in Hollywood, baby. It's the same thing that happens in Hollywood. She's over there in LA land in Hollyweird, trying to make it as a scenester, trying to get into the goth movement. Well, that doesn't take. Get into the influencer movement. Well, that doesn't take. I guess I'll go live my dream of being a fly girl. Trembling says, yes, this shit is wild. Hagbert says, is that JJ Bittebinder? I don't know. I don't know anything about this.
The most vulnerable one. These people are stronger than you are. They're swifter than you are. But you're probably smarter than they are. When we throw these bad guys up against the wall and search them, we don't find any Mensa cards in their pockets. And I don't think we have any out-of-work rocket scientists making license plates in Joliet. But you're dealing with people, although they have...
It's like, are you a successful, accomplished person? Then you are not a criminal. You are not a part of the dark criminal element that exists that would prey on marks. Trumpzilla says, I wanted to be a Musketeer, but never did porn. Well, that was your first mistake, buddy. That was your first mistake. Hagbert says, whoa, haven't seen that guy in forever.
Excellent instincts. They have hockey score IQs. But they pick their victims. And they pick their victims on this vulnerability scale. The most vulnerable one is the one who gets it. It's targets of opportunity. If they have an opportunity to steal a purse, they'll steal a purse. If they have an opportunity to steal a car, they'll steal a car. Whatever is there, that's what they'll do. It doesn't mean that you have to be tough in one area. You got to be tough in all your areas. Let me show you something. Who's got a purse? Let me see it. Oh yeah, that's a beauty.
I love it. He goes down. Has anybody got a purse? Who's got a purse here? He just takes. They just give it to him. He should take the purse. He should turn around and be like, see, gotcha, bitch.
That's a 40-pounder. All right, I only generalize once, and I'm going to do that here. This is the way that the American woman walks down the street. She walks down the street with a shoulder bag over her shoulder, coat buttoned up, and the other thing. American women.
Like, you see this shit? You see how they walk? Check it out. Check out my gait. Very feminine.
Always carry two things. And she walks down the street like she's looking for quarters, just like this. Well, you can't do that. You got to walk around with your head up. You do. You remember, predators walk around looking at other things. The people who are...
Yeah, they're looking for people that are not confident. I think is what he's getting at. You got to project confidence. You got to project like a a certain certainty about yourself.
Preys walk around looking at the ground, just like in the animal world. The predator is always looking out, and the sheep or the rabbit looking at the ground. So if you don't want to be a prey, look like a predator. I'm going to show you 3 women as they walk down the street. And we're going to see who's the most vulnerable. First one, we call Barbara. Now, Barbara is a businesswoman.
Wouldn't it have been awesome if you said, first one, Eliza?
Business Barbara. Business Barbara's got her purse over her shoulder. She has a trench coat, her briefcase.
She's walking by World Star Hip Hop. They see a mark. She's looking down at the ground, looking for nickels. She should be walking like a peacock, head held high. But not Barbara. Not Barbara. Wild mistakes.
Her umbrella, and she's walking down the street, and she's concentrating on business. She's not thinking about safety, she's thinking about business. And she's walking down the street, and the purse is behind her, and as she's walking down the street, it swings around like this, and it bounces, just as she walks down the street. Now, that's woman number 1. Woman number 2, now she's a little tougher. So we give her a tougher name. We give her a T name. We'll call her Tess. Okay.
Oh, Tess. Oh, my God. Going to have PTSD. Tess, my sweet, my sweet, crazy fucking love of high school. What happened? What happened? I took you to see 28 Days Later. And then it was awkward.
Now, Tess carries her purse over her shoulder like this, and if there's a flap on the purse, it's toward her. And when she walks down the street, she's got this, baby. She walks down the street like she's holding on.
Yeah, Tess ain't no fucking dummy, dude. She's got it locked in tight. She knows what she's doing when she walks down the street. Let me tell you what.
To this person. She's got it. That's woman number 2. Now, woman number 3 is real tough. So I call her Rita. Now, Rita keeps her...
Barbara, Tess, Rita. This guy's a king. This guy's a fucking king.
Women.
That's what he's all like. He's like, women, what are you doing?
Purse just like Tess does. Only Rita puts her purse on first and then puts her coat on. Now, these 3 women are walking down the street, one right behind the other.
Who's going to get robbed? Who's going to get assaulted? I'm thinking Barbara. I'm thinking Barbara and her dumb fuck gate.
Any order you want to put them in. And if Goof comes out of the alley to steal a purse, whose purse is he going to take? Every time. Not because she's younger or older or weaker or stronger, but because she's more vulnerable. That's what he does. So the idea is you cannot be the most vulnerable one there. You got to be strong.
Trembling says, the other video I sent is funnier. That guy has a wild presentation style and reenactments. We're going to get to that. It's the only reason I haven't played it is because it's an hour long. So it's something that I have to I'm going to look at it a little bit. I'm going to try to build something around it because it's going to take up like 2 hours of the show.
There's only one way to carry a purse safer than the way Rita carries it. And that is with a fanny pack. Weigh this one out. 2 women are walking down the street. One's got the little pocket.
Oh, he's part of Big Fanny Pack. That's what he's part of. He's part of the Big Fanny Pack lobby. Purses, ladies, purses. What is it? 1955? You got to get yourself a fanny pack. The safest way to carry your goods, your valuables.
Book on her arm, and the other's got a fanny pack that nobody can see. Which one is the most vulnerable target? These are easy to do. Another thing we got to talk about, once the victim is selected. All right, let me put it to you this way. A shark is the most perfect killing and eating machine that God ever created.
Trumpzilla is out, is always leaving us with his beautiful message: success, prosperity, intuition, health, wealth, good fortune, 10 million, and a miracle to you all. And to you too, Trumpzilla. Sleep well, my friend. We'll see you next time, buddy.
He never made anything that kills them as effectively and as efficiently as a shark does. It is absolutely magnificent the way it does these things. But even a shark does not come by at 35 miles an hour and snap somebody's head off. That's not what happens. What does the shark do? The shark comes off and it wants to see what it's doing. So it gets real close to people. But a shark has bad eyesight, so it has to bump into them. So the shark...
Trembling says, this dude's mustache velcroed right to everyone's mom's bush. That's why he was so good at eating pussy. That's why he's so popular. That's why the women trust him so much, because he can't get away. He's got no alternative. He's got to lick. He's got to lick his way out of that situation. Drumzilla says purses are great with a snub 38. Yeah, maybe for Charles Bronson's wife. She's always ready. Well, wow. Not if you watch the Death Wish series. Every woman he gets involved with, raped, murdered, tough stuff.
puts his face down and he bumps into whatever he wants.
She's like,
He wants to see what it is. And then he comes back around and then he takes it. Well, that's the same way these guys do it on the street. Only the bump is not physical. It's a verbal bump. They come up to you and they ask you questions. They ask you questions that require an answer. They want to see the fear in your eyes. They want to hear the fear in your voice as you answer these questions. And they get right up in your face. They get close. I mean, real close. When the guy asks you a question, he wants, which way is Clark Street?
He's like, and before you know it, I'm down there eating your pussy. That's how it works. Trembling says Jeff Goldblum taught Bronson's wife why she needed a gun. Oh my God, he really did. He really did.
Yeah, thanks for $1.
Actually, if you guys are familiar with Low Res Wonder Bread and his podcast movies, the one point of contention I've ever had listening to that podcast was a group of guys that are about 30 years old that did not understand the subtext of Death Wish. Really got my craw. Really got my craw. I don't know why. Like some sort of irrational movie nerd thing. I'm like, you guys, you don't understand it. You don't get it. It's about the cycle of revenge and violence and how it's not fulfilling. Death Wish is a series that should never have been a series. Like, I like the sequels. I do like the sequels. They're a lot of fun. But Death Wish, if it was just alone, just its own movie, never had any sequels, is like a great American film.
Get a cigarette? What he's doing is invading your space. And he asks you if you got change for $1. You got change for $1. There's one of them that's going to stand up there and she's going to open her purse and she says, no, all I got is this 20. I mean, it's like it says Iowa right across her forehead, you know?
Women be shopping, women be stupid. That's what he's saying. He's like, what are you doing, ladies? Trumpzilla says, even Bruce Willis's Death Wish was good. It's, well, would I call it good? I don't know. Very entertaining? Yes. 100%. Good old Eli Roth.
You gotta know that that's going to happen. Now, they say it's a jungle out there, okay? And if you're walking along a path in the jungle and you heard a twig snap behind you, do you think you would turn around? In a New York second. But you're walking along the streets, big city. You hear a car door slam. You hear the sound of running feet. You know what you do? You go, gee, I hope he runs by me. You can't do that either.
You got to be ready to enact karate. You got to be ready to fucking strike. Trembling says Gavin McInnes used to get the house frost wet with the prospect of danger.
Turn around and look at him. You got to see what's happening. You know when there's a problem. When the hair on the back of your neck stands up and you say, oh.
Actually, you know what would be amazing? It would be amazing if Gavin McInnes did this today. If he just memorized this and did it almost like word for word, like a script, in front of a captive audience. It'd be amazing, dude. Come on, that'd be hilarious. That'd be amazing.
Oh, when you say that uh-oh to yourself, that's when you know there's a problem. Something is wrong. Yeah, when you think something's wrong, then something is wrong. Now, when you turn around, I'm not saying to turn around and give him the big smile, but you turn around and see what he's doing. Then you have more time to react. And it's not just as they walk by, it's as they drive by. Let me show you a thing we call...
Honestly, this is good advice for anyone, especially if you're a bug man and you live in a city. You know, your natural desire is to just like, I just don't want to be involved. I don't want to look at it. I don't want to know. I want to keep walking, head down, as he's describing. That's a pretty, I think, accurate view of the modern city dweller. I've been that person in my life. I can tell you that much. I remember when I was living in Boston, and I lived in Allston, which is like a suburb of Boston, but it's all hipsters and Mexicans and Koreans. That's like they live in this little enclave. It's like before major gentrification happened back in 2005. And yeah, you'd hear weird shit all the time, like walking home from work late at night. I worked at a liquor store on Newberry Street, and sometimes I didn't have money for a cab or whatever, so I just walk home. And you're just trying to get out of there. You're just trying to get away from whatever detritus is going on in the city, whatever bullshit is happening. You're just fucking trying to beeline at home. So I understand that, but he's not wrong. Like, you should have some sort of awareness of your situation, of your surroundings. You shouldn't be afraid to look your attacker, your potential attacker, in the eye. Brissinger says, internet working again? Hello, buddy. He says, we're off the porn. We're off the porn, but we're learning lessons of what this woman, Eliza Bleu, should take to heart. Brissinger says, I really wonder what has happened to all the white people. They're probably all hiding at home, whacking off the porn. Maybe so. Hopefully.
Call smash and grab.
Best case scenario.
Okay. You're driving in your automobile. You got your purse here, right here in the seat. Now, it does.
This is very specifically towards women. Like, you're driving a car and you got a purse, and your purse is next to you. Big mistake. You need to get yourself a fanny pack. Put that fanny pack in the glove box. Put that in the glove compartment. Okay? You don't want anybody running up to your car and stealing your purse.
Doesn't matter if you have it set here. Let me explain. I had a woman. This is what I've seen them do. They take the purse. They put it around the back, and they tie the knot. Then you take the seatbelt, put it around here once, and click that baby. Now, that purse is not going to go anywhere. But he can't tell that. He sees you drive by, see the purse sitting on the seat, he's going to try for that purse. So whether he can get that purse out of there or not, you're still going to have a broken window. Now, what if I put the purse in the...
Trembling Color says, the dad from License to Drive who handled the dogs in the thing is teaching us how to deal with hoodlums. Trimsilla says, and almost 30 years later, it's the squeegee guy who assaults the cars. Yeah, if you're lucky, you'll be assaulted by a guy who washes your window first. And nowadays, they're just going to rip you out of the car and then throw a fucking Molotov cocktail on top and be like, anarchy. Don't you understand? Something bad happened somewhere. Don't you understand? This is the voice of the unheard. We're just expressing ourselves. How dare you drive over here?
The back seat. He breaks the back window. Where does the purse belong? Where he cannot see it. Because if he can't see it, he's not going to try for it. Because if he can't see yours, you got to remember that 3 cars behind you.
Yeah, but what if he's a rapist? What if he's just an old-fashioned rapist? He's not going to care about a purse. What I suggest women do is wear fake mustaches. Okay? Fake mustaches, fake beards, Marx Brothers style, glasses. You got to keep yourself safe. Bersinger says, yeah, we are truly living in a society of anarchy, boys. We're getting close. Depends where you live. Really depends where you live.
There's There's a woman driving down the street with a thing on her seat. Now, where does this purse belong? I'll tell you where it belongs. Purse belongs right underneath your knees, like this. He can't see it. He ain't going to try for it.
You don't even know.
That's where it is.
That's where it is.
Now, if you're sitting on the other
Who's
side,
got?
somebody else is driving. You're sitting with the purse here. Window breaks, you cover your face. Purse is gone. And whoever's sitting here isn't going to be able to catch him either. You can't catch this 13-year-old kid in gym shoes. It's really impossible to do. Where does the purse belong? Under your knee. He can't see it. He won't try for it. Now, let's say you got a big purse, and you're sitting on this side with a big purse.
How much do you think it costs for a ticket to this event? How much do you think? Like $69.95, $19.95 money. Listen, ladies, things are getting wild out there. They're getting crazy. Wild abandon. You gotta protect yourself. Trembling says Atlanta was better off in 1865 as a pile of ash. Trumpzilla says they're working on it today. Well, they definitely are. As far as this weekend goes. Prophet says, I feel a great swell of pity for the asshole who comes up this hill looking for anarchy. Hey now.
Purse. It won't fit comfortably under here. What you do is you put it real high on the right-hand side of the car. Real high. You lay it up there so it looks like a floor mat. Or if you have a briefcase, you put that up there. It's dark color. It looks like a floor mat. I hate telling you that, though, because I know if I tell you to do that, it's going to end up right there. So I'd rather have you keep it under your knee. That's the safest place for you to put your purse. The only other place for you to put your purse is in the trunk of your car. And that's where the lady who's ahead of me in the toll booth line usually has hers. See, actually, there were two jokes. See?
This is all just a ploy to get women to buy fanny packs. It's like, now imagine if you had a fanny pack and you rolled up to a toll. You're ready and you're safe.
Another thing we got to worry about, let's talk about walking into a bank. You walk into a bank, there's this counter when you walk right into the bank. And then that counter, there are different slips, and they mean different things. Some of them are deposit slips.
Prophet says this video would be a lot better if you peppered the whole thing with ya dumb fucking broads. Brissinger says, I bet if they shoved the purse up their cunt, it would be safe. Well, only if they're not a rapist. Okay? Only if they're not a rapist. What is this, 1995? Sure, they were out there. They're out there living large. Not everybody's looking for a purse. Maybe looking for a pocket to put something. Not a purse.
Some are withdrawal slips, some are checking, some are all kinds of slips. Bad guy's out in front. He's watching. He can see, because they're all color-coded. He can see what color slip is picked up. Customer walks over to this first table. Customer picks up a savings withdrawal slip. That's the big one. I mean,
Man, like the spirit of paranoia this guy's instilling in women of 1995. Yeah, man, you go to a bank, you got to hide the color of your slip because those predators, they know what slip you're filling out, and they're going to know what they can get from you. The Racing Heart says now the younger generation are so mesmerized by their devices that the physical world no longer takes precedent. Then the learning begins. Yeah, well, once everything's, not everybody is, right. I think you're right. Not everybody's distracted. Some people still, well, they think we live in the jungle, a dog-eat-dog world. Trump says, man, I don't remember the 80s hairstyle sticking around this deep into the 90s. Well, let me tell you, buddy, it's there. It's there. It's loud and proud.
big money's coming out. He sees it, walks right over to her car with the ice pick, runs through the tire, gets back in his car, and he waits. She comes walking out of the bank, doesn't flash her money, got it in her purse. She walks right into her automobile, locks the door, and she drives away. Everything is fine. 3 blocks later, she has this flat tire. And this nice man comes up and says, "Can I help you?" Pow! Now, we're
Holy shit. Oh my god. I mean, there's like being sensible, there's being smart, and then there's also just encouraging people to be fucking paranoid. I mean, I guess it depends where you live. It depends on the context of where you live and the situation, I suppose. But he's just like, yeah, listen, you go to the bank, they're gonna try to fucking kill you and take your money. You think you're okay because you got it out of the bank with your money and you were discreet? It's in your purse, underneath your legs in the car. What if you get a flat tire? Then they're gonna come, they're gonna shoot your ass, and then they're gonna rape you, and then they're gonna rob you.
Where did she go wrong? Well, we can't get the banks to change the color of their slips, but what we can do is have you go to the back, take the slips from the back counter. Don't take them from the front counter because they can see you from the door. You have to weigh these things and make sure that you come out on the tough end of the stick. And that's what that's all about. Being a tough target also means when you're driving down the street, it doesn't have to be an...
hold on. Look at this dude. He's like, yep, I've been telling my wife this for years. She just doesn't listen. Brissinger says all Gen X and boomers are paranoid. It's part of their genetic instincts. Is it part of their instincts to be paranoid? That's interesting. It's interesting. Maybe Gen X. I don't know if boomers, though. I don't know about boomers because they came up in a time where people were a little bit more like polite. It depends. Like I said, it really depends where you live. It really depends on like the circumstances of your environment. Trelmick says there's another video of this guy talking to teenagers and basically telling every girl someone is going to try to rape them, so they should claw out any guy that gets too close in the eyes. That doesn't surprise me. That's not very surprising.
Street. It doesn't have to...
Oh, you want to get raped, dude? Trembling Color says, Pie May out a motherfucker's eye. Dragon Claw.
Be an abandoned area. It doesn't have to be a lonely highway. It doesn't have to be an alley. All it's got to do is be someplace that you're not comfortable. You're driving down the street. As you're driving down the street or the highway, somebody bumps into the back of your car. You pull it over to the side, you get out, and you look at it, and you say, my God, look at that. Well, you don't do that. You do not get out of the car. You stay inside that automobile, and you roll the window down only that far, because the only thing that's going to come out of that is your voice. You take your driver's license out from that plastic thing you keep it in, and you push it right up against the window and let him read it through the glass. Because I know if you slip that driver's license out the window and he won't give it back, you're going to come out of that car to get it, and I don't want you out of that car. According to the way the laws are written, you have to identify yourself. The actual exchange of driver's licenses...
Wow, he's even going so far. In 1995, maybe this was a thing. I don't know. Maybe I'm just naive, but he's just like, listen, even if somebody says they're a cop, they have to prove it to you, which is true. It's a true statement. But he's just like, listen, ladies, you don't want to give up anything. Yeah, you don't want to be chasing some dude down to get your driver's license back. Didn't he just talk about like somebody just like smashing a window open to get your purse? What the fuck advice is this? Like, how is that going to stop like somebody that wants to attack you or brutalize you, do whatever, steal from you? He just said, like, yeah, you could be at a stoplight, and if your purse is on the passenger seat, they're going to break the window and steal it. What? Hey. Brissinger says girls carrying around shuriken ninja stars ready for battle. Trelmick says you get out of your car with a 44 and let the choppa sing. Racing Heart says there's a big difference between the spirit of fear and a sound mind. Awareness is a necessity. I totally agree. You should be aware. Don't be fucking stupid. 100%. But this guy seems like he's instilling the fear in their heart. Brissinger says they have increased instances of people impersonating. There have been increased instances of people impersonating cops. I mean, I know that's always been a thing to a certain degree, but I don't know. Like I said, I could be naive. Maybe there was some sort of moment in 1995 or the years preceding this where they were like really paranoid. Maybe they all live in the big city. This is for big city folk, I guess.
It never has to happen. If he won't identify himself, that's fine. Get his license plate. Keep your door locked and drive away. Now, where do you go? Well, where were you going? You were driving to work, go to work. And what do you do when you get there? You call, say, look, I had an accident. Mile marker 57. I-55.
Trembling says it's all a scam to sell water filters like Frank Reynolds. Well, in this case, to sell fanny packs. The safest way to carry your valuables. FYI.
11:30 at night. And if this guy was legit, those two reports are going to find one another. And you're going to be fine. And if he's not legit and doesn't file a report, you don't care because you're safe. You do not have to put yourself into personal jeopardy to fill out a form for an insurance company. You don't have to do it. No insurance company can require you to do that. The idea is for you to be safe. What if the car is disabled?
Dude, she's in love. She's like smitten. She's like, this is a guy. I wish my Frankie was like this guy. This is a guy that I would love to fucking just blast inside of me. Just fill my womb up. Maybe we'd have kids, maybe we wouldn't, but the experience would be magical. It would be the fucking best. Prophet says, if only the people of Warsaw had fanny packs. If only. Things would have been different. Things would have been different.
You take that sunshade that you use, you put in the front, over your dashboard, to keep the sun out in the summertime. You take the black or dark blue magic marker and you write the word help, call police on it, and you put it in the back window. And any car that comes by is going to be able to call the police. And everybody, there's 100,000 new cellular phones every day, and they've all got them out there. And somebody can call the police.
These people are crazy with their cell phones. Trust me, somebody is going to call the cops. But like as he had intimated before, that people don't pay attention and people don't want to be bothered. So actually, even based on what he had said earlier, people would not be likely to help you. I mean, it's like that old adage, right? Like if you're being attacked or assaulted, if a woman's being attacked or assaulted, like in an alley, don't yell rape, yell fire. People are more likely to run to help you if there's a fire. A rape, people are like, ooh, that's a little icky. I don't know if I want to be involved in anything. I don't know if I want to be involved in that. But he had just like, he's contradicted himself a few times here about terms of like what would happen, what is actually a safety precaution. You know, he's talking about, well, people will smash your windows to get your purse as you're at a stoplight. And then he's just like, but only open your window a little bit because nobody's going to smash your window open and you're going to be totally safe. And if you don't know what's going on, just drive away. And also make a billboard and put it in the back window of your car, and somebody will call the police because lots of people have cell phones. Good stuff. Good stuff. Trebling says, I let the street scum think I have a gold pocket watch on this chain to lure them in. Then I show them their doom. What a gold 38 looks like. Bersinger says, I don't know. An Irish neighborhood might mean she doesn't survive. Maybe. An Irish neighborhood? Maybe. Fucking potato people, dude.
So they can got a CD radio, or the truckers will call. They will come by and help you. That's what you've got to do. And you have to stay in the car. Now, the reason I started to laugh is because I had one woman ask me one time,
in the car, I feel safe.
If the car is on fire, do I know? If the car is on fire, you can get out of the car. But if the car is not on fire, stay in the car. I don't want you wandering down the highway. You're much more vulnerable wandering down the highway than you are in your car. Now, if this guy starts pounding on your car, if he starts banging on the front of it, or doesn't even have to be in an accident site. If somebody approaches you in a car and say, hey, get out of the car, I want to talk to you. You got your doors locked. You got your engine started. They say, come on out of the car, I want to talk to you. No.
Is he talking about the Yos? Trembling says the Baldies from the Wanderers would get that bitch, the Mick Menaces.
Start that engine up. Now the guy's in front of your car and he's beating on the hood and he won't get out of the way. What do you think you should do? Put it in gear. Now what do you do now? You drive away.
Actually, just kind of on a tangentially related to what you just said, over in the UK, there is a comedian TV presenter that's mad at all of the UK comedians for making fun of gypsies. He's like, "What do you know about gypsies? What do you know about gypsies? We're a proud people. We have a proud legacy and heritage. How dare you make fun of gypsies?" Yeah, that was like an article that was written trying to dress down comedians for making jokes about gypsies. And these jokes were probably made in like 2006. It was pretty funny. You should look it up.
Now you notice how slowly I said the word drive. I don't want you to say, well, JJ said it was okay, so I revved that baby up to 35 and I dropped it. You drive away, and that's exactly what you do. You just drive away. But you got to give them a reasonable chance to get out from in front of the car. Now, that's what's being a tough part.
Just drive on those fucking rims. Just drive on those rims until sparks start to fly. That's when you know you're safe.
It is all about. Tough targets don't get selected. And that's the first part of the plan, is tough targets. We'll be right back with more information that could save your life. But before we do, join me in showing support for your public television station. Remember, we need to protect our most valuable asset, ourselves.
Mostly women. Mostly women. All right. Well, I think that's the show for us tonight, boys. Thank you guys for hanging out. Brissinger, Prophet, Trembling, Hagbird, The Racing Hearts, even Unsure. Big Tom was here. Trumpzilla, of course. Of course, Trumpzilla. It's his beautiful ending soliloquies. Thanks for hanging out, guys. And I'll see you guys again in the near future. I'm not sure when. I mean, for sure next Saturday. But maybe we squeeze an extra one in. Maybe we squeeze an extra one in this week. I have a pretty open schedule. Prof says he goes on a 20-minute tirade about why not to date black guys. Brissinger says just do hormone therapy. Who needs fake beards? Trumpzilla says you keep the window rolled up so you don't break the window when you shoot. That's true. That's true. Brissinger says see you, Shaun. All right, boys. I'll see you around. You guys have a great night. Have a great week. And I'll see you when I see you. I'll see you when I see you. Trump says I got the alerts on. Oh, awesome. The Racing Heart says my ancestors were gypsies. We never owned slaves. We were drunken thieves. I probably got some gypsies in there somewhere. I'm very Irish. So, all right. That's it. We're over. We're done. Good night. Have a great one, guys.